that you couldn't see the man that boy could be. There is more than meets the eye. I see the soul there is inside. Hey everyone, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez. I had a little bit of a bathroom emergency, so I could not be here on time. However, I am here right now. Guys, if you're new, welcome. If you're not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Liking and subscribing is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon and smashing that super thanks button down below. Super chats as well. There is a bit of stuff to go over here today. When we take a look at, let me screenshot this. Oh man, I hate it when you try to. Anyway, what's up, Kuma? How's it going, fam? There's a lot to go over. I do have to go over the stuff from yesterday and even some of the stuff the day before that I didn't get to because VeVe Magic came on yesterday and we had a bunch of stuff to go over. Let's do, what is this? Turtle Golf, which I think he's down here if I'm not mistaken. Oh, what's up, Turtle Golf? How's it going? Oh shoot, yeah, I know. Thank you for waiting for me. He says it seems like VeVe Official and the FlickPlay app collaboration around Pac-Man is on the way. What are your thoughts? Maybe we can get a version of this in-game where the power pellets are OMI tokens and OMI burns with each chop. I would love something like that. I think that would be great. That is something that maybe we can get to one day. Maybe that's something that we go in and I think mini games in the VeVeverse are something that's very real. I think that's something that we can go do together. Secretary Besant says that digital asset companies deserve regulatory clarity, and that's what exactly we are working towards. David Yu shares something about saying you're not Steve Rogers, talking about the new Captain America, where it is Sam Wilson. We have VeVe Collectibles and Friends. You have Sean O'Hara from Comics and Crypto saying, we just secured 2 legendary Star Wars mints on VeVe, the Stormtrooper helmet, common, number 1977, and the number 501 Trooper helmet, secret rare, which is a Star Wars, the iconic 500 First Legion, both claimed for 1,977 gems each. The VeVe app was down for a couple of hours yesterday, just because it was. I don't know what it was exactly, but again, it was down for, I guess, some type of maintenance. What's up, Philip AB? How's it going, fam? Hope you're doing well. If you search Bitcoin trends on Google, this was 2 days ago, we hit 111,000 all-time highs, and interest in Bitcoin is about half of what it was in November of 2024. So again, I'm just gonna throw this out there. For people searching for Bitcoin, it is about half of what it was in November of 2024. So that to me says that retail is not in yet, and other stuff and retail is coming. Update for ladies on Sol. They're currently experiencing technical issues related to liquidity and rewards distribution. Pixie is actively working with the team to resolve these challenges. If a resolution cannot be achieved on the current platform, they are prepared to transition to a new and more stable platform to ensure continued support and reliability for regular rewards. Additionally, the development team is working on migrating to a more robust server infrastructure. They're also exploring new partnerships that will benefit the ladies project in the near future. Thank you for your continued support. And that's going to bring me to something. When I was asked to write Ladies on the Sol comic, I was like, yes, okay. There's Pixie, there's Kimber, and the comic would have got a little boring with just 2 people, but so I added 2 more in there, and then I added some at the end, and that is such good writing. That's such good character development. It's such a cool freaking story, and like I wrote 2 absolutely incredible comics for daCAT. And I'm working on the 3rd one, and it's just easy. Like the characters flowed, and even on Ladies on Sol, like the reason why I knew I could do this is because of that one SHIRO event where they said I even have it here. Let's go to my X account, and I'll show you. It's on my highlights. Thank you for 21.9 thousand followers. It's the submission for the SHIRO Bounty Complete, and we'll get to that. I won't read it here because it's kind of long, but it took me a couple minutes to think of, and the story was absolutely dynamic. The characters just came to me, just a couple minutes of research, and it was done really quickly. And it won the Bounty Award. Now, granted, how many people are actually writing this and what is the quality of those writers? Probably not really great, but it's a really cool story and explains the certain things like, oh, that's really cool how you did that. So I knew I could write the Ladies on Soul, and again, it turned out beautifully. It turned out so freaking good that when I don't know if I can, I don't know if I can go in and maybe I can. I think you might be able to tell. Um, Give me one sec here while I try to go to my friend over here, and can I tell them because I'm live right now, and we're doing the stuff. Shout out to the Space Penguin saying hey, epic, and hi, hello, my friends. I gotta love people that always retweet the space. Speaking of which, we're going to go over the VeVe CEO featured in a new article, OMI, DEVVE, Definitive, daCAT, SHIRO, and all that jazz. Um, so I was asked to do another comic recently. Inked the deal. It's good. Currently a few pages in, and some of the writing is like, oh my god, where did you come up with that line? It's I again pat myself on the back here. Some of the writing is really freaking good. Like, oh, that like there's lines in there in the new comic that I'm writing, and I'll tell you who it's going to be at some point, where it strikes a chord, and it's like that's so good. That's such a good line, and that happens a couple times in there. But the story is it's harder to again. I'm like 4 pages. I've written this thing like a couple of times already, and the few pages that I've done of each story, I've written 2 separate stories, 4 pages each, and it's hard. It is very very hard to get into because it's the writing is brilliant, but the storyline is like okay. It feels more like an episode of like a it's like not even a filler episode. It feels like okay, like an Avatar, The Last Airbender. There's no like bad episodes. I mean, there are, um, and this isn't bad. Again, it's really good. Some of the writing is, but some of it's like, yeah, that episode's all right. Yeah, it served its purpose. It did its thing, and I am racking my brain because I can't show it. Like, I have to keep some of the lines in there, and I'm racking my brain to try to figure out the story. I know the ending because again, they're going to be tied into the daCAT universe, so they got to come in that way. So I know how the comic's going to end, but I can't for the life of me figure out the best story. And this is where I have like full creative control. Like for daCAT, okay, we have to have a character from Chaos on the Chains. We have to have Sharby in there. We have to have Providode. We have to have Crappy Bird. We have to all these things. And I did that beautifully, masterfully done. And this is something, and Ladies on the Soul, I had to those 2 characters, Pixie and Kimber, and then a couple of people that I added in, and it's super fantastic. And I cannot wait for people to read that. But these this I have full creative control. Like I get to create everything, and it's just like, eh, it's good, but it's not great. And I have been drinking a lot of Baileys today, trying to get to because again, I will not turn in poop. I will not turn in guano. I will turn in an incredible product that is just going to blow the socks off of people. Anyway, I want to throw that out there. Anywho, let's keep going. The Resistance faces its darkest hour. The war against machines intensifies. With Sarah Connor gone, John Connor seeks guidance from a mysterious mentor whose battle against Skynet predates even his own. As humanity teeters on the brink, will this new alliance turn the tide? Dynamite Comics, Terminator #7 is available. That looks really cool. The Ash Crypto Real says the altcoin market is closely following Bitcoin's rally. Once Bitcoin establishes support at a higher price, altcoins are likely to gain momentum. When is that going to happen? I don't know. Speaking of altcoins, let's go in. Did OMI go up for a 3rd day? Not going to lie, I don't know. I'm going to say probably not. It did not. So is it still up for the week? Sure, it's up 16% on the week, which is not bad. And actually, I think this one guy, Retail Pleb, had given a pretty good synopsis of it over here, saying, all right, so X like, it's still messed up. Like, I see people's profiles, but I can't like scroll past. Maybe it's on the replies, and maybe under replies I'll be able to go in and yes, okay. It says OMI is showing real signs of life. Breakout from a multi-week base, and this time with volume. The price at 0002477. The volume was 250 million. What? There's no way. No, it's not. No, it wasn't. That was not the volume at all. Maybe he meant 2.5 million. Yeah, it's at like 2 million right now. So maybe it meant 2.5 million. The moving average flipped bullish. The moving average of the 5, the 10, the 30-day, all of those moving averages all reclaimed. And this is the first proper momentum breakout since March. The base formed at 00017 to 00022. And yesterday's move was a clean break above local resistance. There was no thin candles, no fake out. The volume confirmed it. This is the first real structure shift in OMI since the stacker news. If fundamentals catch up, like listings, token utility, et cetera, this could be more than a bounce. So we'll see what happens. Now, obviously, again, the entire market took an absolute dump the last couple of days. Bitcoin's actually up 1% on the day, even though Bitcoin was down to about 1067 on the day. So it was down pretty low. It is at 1089 now. It did reach like 1091 before. But yeah, it had a really wicked down day. And the same with Ethereum. It's up 0.7% on the day at 2551, but it was at 2497 or 2479 earlier in the day. So again, a lot of these things, these are the types of things that happen. Let's go past OMI and let's take a look at, let's do SHIRO here. SHIRO down another 8% on the day. It has been struggling to kind of reclaim some of that's highs. It is at 5.5 million. It is $1.8 million market cap. They have had a bunch of buys, and the whales are diamond handers, and this is what I hate to see. So I'm just going to do a sports thing here because I've seen it before. Now, granted, this doesn't happen always, but I've seen, I don't even know what they would be called, where people that kind of grow up, and I saw it when I was a kid, where kids like on Long Island, where you're supposed to root for, Mets, Jets, Islanders. Granted, I was more of a Cardinal fan because just Mark McGwire was just so cool. I didn't like the Cardinals because they won. I liked the Cardinals because Mark McGwire was freaking awesome. And then, yes, I know the muscle relaxers and steroids and et cetera, but if you're on Long Island, you're a Jets fan. And when there was a couple of people I remember in my school that was like, oh yeah, Elway to Davis, like I get it, John Elway, and was it Terrell Davis? I forget Davis' first name. In '98 season, yeah, they were something to watch. They're really special. Did they really like them because they actually liked the players? Did they like them because they like the actual they like the colors, like team, whatever. I think they liked them because they won. And I feel like real fans is like, hey, you stick with the team, you root for the uniform, you root for, like them for whatever reason. And from what I'm seeing in SHIRO right now is that the whales are holding strong. The fat cats, the SHIRO Nico whales are like doubling down. I don't know if I do that, but they are doubling down. And I get it. A project with such great legs, I understand people like, okay, it's going to work out eventually. And granted, you might have to wait X amount of years for it. Same thing with like with OMI. If they like, God forbid, they go in and miss this bull market. I mean, they're going to work out eventually, but you might have to wait X amount of years for it. But I mean, when you have something that's solid, again, buying Tesla in 2013, 2014, 2015, you buy it for 5 years. In 2018, you're just like, hey, like, what have you been doing the last 5 years? You've been dumping this money into this company that's not profitable. They go on fire. Every analyst on Wall Street hates it. And because they didn't understand it, they didn't know. They were valuing Tesla as a car company, not as a software company. They were valuing it completely wrong. And yeah, it might have looked not good for several years, half a decade. Yeah, 2013, 2018. I've been investing in this for half a decade and it's done nothing. Well, the stock has done nothing. The company has been doing it. Same thing with VeVe, same thing with daCAT, and it looks to be same thing with SHIRO. Um, the whales that don't need to sell, that aren't really in it for short term, they're not in it for short term, and they don't panic. So again, SHIRO could pop off when the meme coin narrative hits. It could wait X amount of years for other to build. You know, we don't know. I have a small bag. I haven't sold. I haven't bought any more, but I haven't sold. I won't sell. I mean, I'll sell eventually. I think I said like $100 million market cap. Granted, they're at like a $5.5 million market cap. So I have to do like a 19x in order to get there. Might be a little hard. It was a little bit easier to see that insights when it was like a $17 million market cap. And again, in meme coin narrative, you know, stuff can pop off crazily. And again, they have a lot of followers. They have a lot of stuff. So I think they'll be fine. daCAT, and again, they're like down days, still 1.8 million in volume. daCAT, $579 in volume. Granted, $1.6 million market cap, and yeah, you triple it, and it's close to where SHIRO Nico is. And the whales here are pretty strong as well. Not too much else to report. I mean, over the last 30 days, again, still up 150%, so that's pretty nice. But it is not a great week for it. Now, it's up like 0.5% on the week, and up 18% in 2 weeks, so that's fine. But yeah, that it's really nice seeing up 150% over the last 30 days. Let's take a look at DEFINITY and see where that's at, and then I'll get to some. Also, we'll have a little guest later. DEFINITY's down 4% on the day to 3.8 cents. $938 in volume, so most of that volume is just sell volume of that. Just under $6 million market cap at 5.898, pretty much 5.9. Fully diluted, it is $6.6 million market cap. This is one of those things where, again, hundreds of thousands in volume each month. I will get a little bit more DEFINITY and OMI, likely next month. Definitely in July, but likely next month I will get a little bit more of DEFINITY and OMI, small amounts, not a ton. I'll get a little bit of money, and more than half of it is going to go into DEVVE. Partially because DEVVE is my smallest bag out of the Trinity. Between OMI, DEFINITY, and DEVVE, DEVVE is the smallest bag. I don't have a lot. So whatever funds I get in June, July will be 60% going into DEVVE. Now, granted, if they stay at this level at 55 cents, which is a $48 million market cap, I say, well, Chavez, like, if you're talking about ROI, yeah, DEFINITY I could see doing 100, 200x because it's a $6 million market cap. This is already 48 million. That's kind of a lot. I get it, but I think it is one of those things that, because of the partners that it has that nobody's announced, because of the amount of crazy people that are advising the company and people that are working for the company, add a zero to this minimum, like minimum 10x from here, probably minimum like 20x from here. But God, if DEVVE doesn't do a 10x from here in a blow off top, I will stop making YouTube videos. I will never make a video again if DEVVE does less than that. Again, I obviously think that it's going to go much higher, and again, is it going to do what DEFINITY does? Probably not. But can it still do like a 30, 50, 80, 100x? Yes, I think it can. You know, 100x puts it at 4.8 billion. That's a lot, but I think it can justify at least half of that. Like, well, that's not 100x, that's a 50x. Well, just because it can't justify a certain market cap doesn't mean that it won't hit that. Then you do have a lot of whales out there. You do have a lot of people that are in it for the long term, and they're not going to try to trade, even though I think they should. And then we did we do? Okay, yeah. So we did the crypto as of right now. What's everybody here? I'll get the Kuma saying it's all good. Exactly. But I think he fell in. I'm here now. Getting that bread now. What's up, Omar? How's it going? So I guess I can say what it is. Space Penguins has given me the okay. We should welcome Space Penguin, and Space Penguin will be part of the daCAT universe. I have been hired to write the comic, which again, some of the writing in it is like, oh, that is a good line. Like, and I don't know where it comes from, but the overall story is just that's what's hard to get. That's what's hard to like have a couple of good characters in there, a couple of fun things, and the two stories that I've written so far, it's it's good, and people, it would be one of those comics where if I release it right now, they'd be like, I'm glad I read it, and that's it. But it needs to be better. It needs to be on the level of Ladies on the Soul or daCAT, and it's not there yet. But I will get it there. I will. I will probably lose sleep over it. I will probably like. I am drinking all that Bailey's to get this bread, because I like what they do. I like what they've got, and I'd show you some of their posts if X. Oh, X actually working a little bit there. I don't have any of their token. I probably should. What is that? So their penguin token, I think it's P3NGUIN. I'm going to take a look at that. So obviously not sponsored. Shoot, 3NGUIN. So again, not sponsored or anything. $51,000 market cap. Why I think this is interesting. So it actually has 26,000 in liquidity. So that is really interesting. So the volume is nothing. There's no volume on the day, but they have a okay. So 4,000 followers, but let's see what the interaction is. And this why it's only showing me something from 18 May. Why is it showing? If I try on the replies, maybe it'll show something because I know they've definitely posted something recently. What is this? Tom Bibia says, "Vape Cabal is mad and bottling the space to get me suspended." What is that? I don't know what that is. I'm trying to find one of their posts, and I see them commenting on a lot of stuff. I mean, the post from 17 May. Granted, that's a week ago. So they do this thing called Profit with a Purpose, which I really like, where they donate to different charities every month, and one of the months was Best Friends Animal Society. So I love them for that, and I think that's kind of why we got connected together. But they get a decent amount of traction with this. For only 4,000 followers, and again, I want to try to find more actual posts. Not, yeah, the last post was 18 May, and then they retweet a lot of stuff. Okay, 17 May, that was that. Another 17 May. They were just replying to something. Okay. That obviously could be better because they got a decent amount of likes and retweets, but not really a lot of comments. Space on 14 May, they got a couple thousand impressions. So that's good. I'd want them to go in and have a little bit more, grow a little bit more on X. But so here's one of those things where, and this could be for anything. Meme coins, dime a dozen. You could throw $100 at 100 meme coins, and most of them you're gonna lose your money on. They're just not gonna last. But some of them, and even the ones that do things in a good way, it's not always, you're not always sure that it's going to survive. But obviously daCAT will survive just because I'm throwing my entire weight behind that freaking thing, and it's going to be part of the Chavez charity. It's going to be part of Chavez Media. It's going to be part of everything. But a lot. There's a couple of other things that just sometimes people just kind of leave project. Sometimes people just walk away and sell, and you really have to rely on the people that are doing it. So obviously, if they're putting money into the project, if the devs are going in and saying like, "Hey, here's what we want to do," and they were on the last seat, so go in and view that if you want to get a better look at them. I don't know where the token. I know the story is going to be great. I know there's going to be a lot of eyes on the story. They will have revenue from the comic. I charge them a very small fee to write, and whatever money they make on the comic, that's what they make. It goes to them. I don't know what they'll do with the proceeds of that. Obviously, that's the profit with a purpose, so they will have a small amount of that go to a charity. But a $51,000 market cap is not big. And part of the reason why I'm writing all of these comics for people is because one of them, and these stories are incredible, one of the IPs are going to go crazy. And somebody is going to come to one of these IPs and be like, who wrote this? Who did this? We want to franchise this. We want to do X amount of this. And I'll be, hopefully it's daCAT, but it could be anyone, because again, the stories are incredible. Honestly, if like Hollywood were to read some of these, they would probably want Ladies on the Soul, because it's like, I didn't even write it as girl power. But I mean, they don't have like damsel in distress syndrome. They don't have princess syndrome. But they're not like, oh, I don't need a man. I don't need to like they're not like that. They're just like normal people, and they just kind of do what they have to do. And you'll see what they were in the comic. But one of these IPs is going to go crazy. And hey, who did that? Who came? Oh, ha, ha, ha. And then that, that will bring more eyes on what I'm doing. That'll bring more eyes on VeVe, and all roads lead to VeVe. I'll probably get some Penguin at some point. Oh, it's on BNB. Okay. All right. I got to get some BNB token. Marsan saying, what up? Glad no guest today. Need my news. Okay. Yeah. We got news. We got news. All right. Let's get back to the news. Maybe Fan Bam will come on in like 20 something minutes, but until then, more news. We've got Donald Trump saying, I'm proud to announce that after much consideration and negotiation, U.S. Steel will remain in America and keep headquarters in the great city of Pittsburgh. For many years, the name United States Steel was synonymous with greatness, and now it will be again. Speaking of deals, you have the European Union saying that it's ready to move quickly to negotiate a new trade deal with the U.S. Let's go. Send it. Oh, my God, please send it. For the love of all that is holy, send it. Thank you, Penguin Space Girl, for reposting the space. All right, let's move on here. We have Dr. Ari Bernstein saying, I'm thrilled to report Toilet Dust Sui is now available for trading on Aftermath Phi, as well as Blue Move _OA. Shout out to them for that. Watcher Guru says total spot Bitcoin ETF volume surpasses $4.5 billion. Supreme Court gives Trump unprecedented power to fire regulators, except Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. So unfortunately, we will have to deal with him for a little while longer. I don't want to deal with him. I wish he would go away. I wish he would get fired, but the courts have spoken. Trump does not have the power to fire Jerome Powell, but he does have the power to fire most everyone else. Oh, okay. So Nerd Cave, that has 1,700 followers on X, but they pay for the golden check mark, say, we're thrilled to announce our partnership with California Comics USA. As fellow believers in the future of both physical and digital collecting, it's an honor to join their official store in the VeVeverse. California Comics has been a pillar in the collecting community, and we're proud to collaborate with a team that shares our passion and vision. Now, speaking of California Comics, this brings us to part of the title for today, VeVe CEO featured in a new article. California Comics debuts groundbreaking first ever live metaverse comic book reading experience. On 12 May 2025, history was made in the world of comics and digital media with the first ever live comic book recording inside a metaverse. Hosted within the immersive California Comics virtual space in the VeVeverse, the event featured VeVe CEO David Yu and YouTube X comic personality Ozman Collect 63 on the Web5 Collective and Get to daComics, bringing fans an electrifying live narration of The Planet Death Zero, a comic that has taken the industry by storm. The event was captured and recorded on the Get daComics YouTube channel, so please check it out. I was thrilled to be invited to attend and meet David in the Verse by California Comics founder Daniel to witness the action live to help put some perspective on the article. Well, what's the VeVeverse? Well, it's VeVe's newly launched metaverse platform. It's a fully 3D interactive digital world that allows collectors, creators, and fans to engage with licensed digital collectibles, comics, and events in real time. Designed for social connection, storytelling, and commerce, the VeVeverse merges the world of the fandom and blockchain back to ownership in a dynamic user-controlled environment. A groundbreaking reading took place inside the California Comics virtual store in the VeVeverse, which was specially constructed to celebrate Marvel and independent comic publishers and their titles, along with a stunningly beautiful visual space for collectors and asset holders to showcase their prized assets or seek a buyer and seller opportunity. There are no physical borders, no risk to damage to physical assets, no distribution delays, and no restrictions. All comic enthusiasts are welcome. All you need currently is an active VeVe account, for which you can sign up in the link down below. Link down below to sign up for that VeVe account. And you get 10 free gems, which is equal to $10. The metaverse reading of Planet Death, where attendees represented by digital avatars gathered to watch and listen as David Yu and Ozman collects Planet Death #0 to life, panel by panel. It's another groundbreaking moment, bringing he and business partner COO Dan Crothers' vision of a live, albeit virtual, collecting community portal together. What's this VeVe? Well, it is a billion-dollar company that has provided Marvel fans and Disney, Lucasfilm, Blackpink, Back to the Future, James Bond, and hundreds of other brands a place to enjoy, collect, own, and trade the digital asset in an easy-to-use crypto-free platform. Seeing a gap in the collectibles industry unfulfilled, with no digital capability advancements in blockchain. Seeing a gap in the collectibles industry unfilled with no digital capability, advancements in blockchain and digital ledger technology made the idea of digital comics and collectibles space a reality. Having world-class licensor Al Khan, who brought Cabbage Patch Kids and Pokemon to North America, join the team early didn't hurt, which helped VeVe secure licenses with iconic brands such as DC, Marvel, Universal Studios, LLC, and Amblin Entertainment, Back to the Future, James Bond, with new brand partners continuing to appear all the time, such as independent comic publishers like Dynamite and global brands like Ubisoft and Funko. All this despite a market rife with negative media narratives on NFTs, company collapse, a world tariff tragedy, VeVe continues to build and grow, ultimately benefiting the entire collectibles industry and artists alike. Now, what's California Comics? When a team of passionate comic collectors saw an opportunity to enhance how fans can experience and enjoy the digital comic collectibles on top of the VeVe ecosystem, California Comics was born, further enhancing the community's access to fun. We asked California Comics founder Dan to share some thoughts. Since launching our comic book store, we wanted to create a platform that could truly allow our customers to indulge in the passion of comic book storytelling. From this, we spawned the concept of collaborating with an amazing Ozman Collect 63 to deliver a first-of-its-kind moment, delivering a metaverse comic book reading. We were very fortunate to share this landmark experience with co-founder of VeVe, David Yu, who fully embraced the inner space arc to deliver an Academy-worthy reading of Bad Ideas sci-fi epic Planet Death #0. What excites us most here at California Comics is how we can embrace our passion of comic books in physical format whilst exploring innovative ways to enjoy this further in a digital realm. Now, what's this metaverse builder again? Let's find out. The world's first metaverse comic book store, plans are already underway to feature additional artists, collectors, industry experts, new features, and talents to share with fans in a fun, interactive format, bringing enthusiasts to every corner of the globe. Why is VeVe so special? It's the people and experience they connect, the community, the interaction of so many fandoms and collectors, both physical and digital, all coming together to share a mutual passion. Just can't wait for people to find out and give it a try. It's really incredible, says Josh, who's the founder of Collectors Gone Digital. And what's this Planet Death again? That had sold hundreds of thousands of units. I think like 800,000 copies before arriving on any. It sold 655,000 copies before arriving on any store shelf, over 900K total, making it one of the fastest selling indie comic drops in history. Check out Bad Idea for more information. They continue on around here, but it's pretty cool that Go Collect keeps on posting stuff like this and going on and saying and featuring VeVe, especially David. So anytime they do something, and shout out to them for interviewing me back in the day, especially author Chris Severs. Now let's continue on. Sammy says, "Hi, Randy. What's up, Sammy? How's it going, girl? Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world?" Edgar Silverman. What's up, Connor? Do you mean Doflamingo? Let's go. Space Penguin girl. Oh, hey, girl. Hey, girl. What's up, Average Cat? I love the profile picture you have over there. I think it's great. There's no way we don't have Pokemon, bro. I think that the odds of VeVe getting Pokemon are probably like 65 to 69%. Everyone comments nice down below for the 69. There's no, it's one thing or the other. Either Pokemon does it themselves or they go with VeVe. There is no other place to go. VeVe is the correct choice. When will they see that? Will they see that? I don't know. What's up, Space Pig? Hey, I was just talking about you. All good things. All good things. Yes, and I can't wait. And I will not show you what I've written so far because I'm not ready yet, but it will be. And I promise once it is. And so I guess part of the issue I'm having now is like, well, space penguins, they gotta be in space. But maybe this is the origin story of how they become the space penguins. Maybe that's what I need to do. So a lot of times in cooking, you have to you can't just mix all of these ingredients into a pan. Like, no, you have to do this first, and then this and that, and there's an order to those things. And if you put everything in the pan all at once, it's not, nothing's going to look right. It's not going to taste right. It's not going to be good. You have to do one to the other it's a science. It's chemistry. So maybe what I have to do is I'm already like inserting these penguins in space. I'm already having them on like over here because they have this thing over here and they're traveling. Like maybe it has to be not as complicated and it's just simple on their own world first. And this is how they become the space penguins, separating themselves from the other penguins that are not a spacefaring civilization. I don't know. It is all coming. And my Celine Dion's all coming back to. Okay. Look on saying, what up? All right, Awful says, Trump saying the EU has taken advantage of the US and that ends now. They sell millions and millions of cars, Mercedes, BMW, and Volkswagen, and many others. We're essentially restricted from selling cars into the European Union, which is not nice. It is time that we play the game the way I know how to play it. Get them, Trump. Wormhole has announced a strategic integration to bring Doge to the Solana blockchain. That's interesting. Funds, okay, happy. Oh my God, that's wild. Shout out to Andromeda. Andromeda is going to be coming on the show on Monday at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard. That is tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll be holding you tight, and there's nowhere in the world I'd rather be. Manny Devil, let's go, Randy, live from London Comic Con. Ryan Bell loves BTGG. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to take offense to it. No, I'm JK. Let's get that red. Jason Payne 2000 saying, hey, bro, has your team discussed a physical daCAT comic? Yeah, we have. When the art is close to being done, and it's going to be like 40-something pages, when it's close to being done, we'll go in and we'll do a Kickstarter, and then whoever does, some donation stuff, we'll do a bunch of stuff. We'll do raffles. We'll do outside of the raffles, we'll do other things. There'll be a couple of donation spots. Whoever does those donation spots gets certain things. But yeah, we'll make sure to do a very small, limited print run, and you will get that bread. You will get that bread. Shout out to daCAT Token for being #1 on Memezilla yet again every day. They can't lose. You can't kill Scrubs. You can't kill daCAT. If you wanted to go to the Lisbon event, the code CryptoXR90 is working, and it gives you 90% off to the non-fungible conference. Non-fungible conference is about €600, but if you use the code CryptoXR90, it is a 90% off code, and you can get the tickets 90% off. Oh my God, that is hysterical. I love these things. Ron English posted to the VeVe official page the other day that the time to be happy is Thursday, 22 May. Okay, all right, too late now. It's done. It's gone now. Nancy May says that no one is above the law, not even members of Congress. Crypto Junkie Princess says her hello, it's been a while. The HRO migration to Colex starts May 27th. So if anyone has something on there, it starts in 2 days. Count them, 2 marshmallows. It's a SpongeBob reference. VeVe was doing a database upgrade yesterday. So comment down below if you see anything new. Having trouble falling asleep, caked up. Oh God. You take the little one, the Garfini. Oh, there's me enjoying a beer. I was 21. That was 13 years ago. It was quite wild. This was St. Patty's Day this is at a place called John and Molly's in New Jersey. near McGuire Air Force Base. BlackRock has bought $430 million worth of Bitcoin on Friday, May 23rd, and they also bought $52.8 million worth of Ethereum. I think people are bullish. Apple has agreed to pay $95 million in a class action lawsuit for listening to you. I repeat, Apple has agreed to pay $95 million in a class action lawsuit for listening to you. Wild stuff. Miles Vane saying, I can't wait to see all this all come to life with communities interacting with each other through comics. Bro, I cannot wait. Some of it is so good. Honestly, you never know what's going to catch on. You never know what's going to be, the next thing. But these daCAT comics are really good. The Ladies on Sol is really good, and the Space Penguins are also, in my opinion, going to be really, really good. And I think now the ending I might have to change. And I think I have an idea. Maybe some of the penguins think that there's enough problems on the penguins' planet that there's no need to be a spacefaring civilization. But then maybe something happens on the planet, and a certain type of being, a creature, does something, and then okay, well now it makes sense to use some of those resources for the penguins to become a spacefaring civilization. We'll see. But I can't wait for it. It's really cool. And the characters are so awesome. They're so fun. And granted, I'm already on like the third daCAT comic, but I can't wait for people to read these. Oh, was that Space Penguin Girl? That's like, let's go, Randy. Live from London Comic Con. Confirmed. Ryan Bell loves BTGGs. I don't know what that is. Be the good guys. Big Taz, get 'em girl. I don't know what that is. Jay the Cool Cat says, Shiro family up in here. What's up? Okay, all right, let's keep on going with some of the news here. Oh yeah, BlackRock bought about $53 million worth of ETH. You know what? I'm gonna screenshot this. There's something that I wanted to say. Sold for $300,000, the highest graded first production comic copy of The Legend of Zelda, which is a CGC 9.4, sold for $300,000. My God, damn. DEVVE Exchange has big moves in Vegas next week. DEVVE Digital CEO Ray Quintana joins Bitcoin 2025 to expand the DEVVE ecosystem, which is the next gen of digital asset exchanges coming. Link down below for the DEVVE Exchange. Use my code, por favor. The 40x Bitcoin whale closed out his $1.2 billion long position, and he, for a $13 million loss, and then put out a $1 billion short position that gets liquidated at $110,000. That dude. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. It wasn't 13 million. Oh no, it was an unrealized 18 million. Then it was realized 13 million. Okay. Copy. Elon Musk says he's back to spending 24/7 at work, sleeping in conference and server factory rooms, saying he must be super focused on X, AI, and Tesla. Damn, that is a crazy Bitcoin position. Accumulation, check. Manipulation phase is going on, and the expansion phase will start soon. daCAT. Just NFT and Beast says, I thought I saw David Yu with Elmon X CEO, any NFTs coming from Elmon X to VeVe. Maybe on Stacker. I think maybe on Stacker that might happen. I think on Stacker something like that could possibly happen. I'm so excited for what's to come. Same here. Oh shoot! Nope. Nope. Oh, I gotta save something for this week, because this week is going to be we have an announcement this week on VeVe. There's some new IP. I think because David was at that licensing expo a few days ago, Microsoft, which owns Minecraft, was there, and Bandai Namco was there, which owns Pac-Man, and they've posted about both. So I think that one of those two. God, could you imagine? Like, Pac-Man is great, but Minecraft is current. I don't know how many hundreds of millions of people play Minecraft. bunch of them like autistic kids, but I will take what I can get. Okay, let me keep going. I had a guest the other day, Sandy Carter, who's an expert on AI, and she asked me something, and I said, "No, I'm not smart. It's just me, autism." Anyway, let's keep on going here. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent says we are going big on Bitcoin and crypto, and regulation is coming. This is bigger than people think. There's a lot of things have been pretty liquid over on the VeVe app and on Stacker. I am curious to see if it's 50-50, 70-30, 60-40. Rip to the person that sold their daCAT for Moner and lost all their money. And rip to the person that sold daCAT for Patriot and once again lost all their money. Look at David Yu. Doesn't he look cute? He's a cutie. And there's my little buddy Ralphie. I took a picture of him yesterday. He's so adorable. He's a little cute little pug. daCAT was #1 on ticker trending yesterday. They were super trending. Shout out to them. Secretary Bessent says the United States is going big on digital assets and passing the stablecoin bill is just the start. Johnny Depp has now entered negotiations with Disney to return as Captain Jack Sparrow. Manipulation on stuff. There's an Ancient Mew card which sold for a record price of 19,000. There's not worth it at all. I don't care if it was a Beckett Black Label. Not worth it. Manipulation going on. Hide, control, brutality. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Good point. Chaos on the Chains. One of their characters named Tsunami will be in the daCAT comic. It's like a fractured reality sealed in glass. In a world where magic meets modernity, a Gothic castle is trapped inside a crystallized dome, pulsing with mysterious energy. Outside, life continues, cars idle, people gather, unaware or unwilling to breach the strange boundary. What secrets lie within? Echo, echo, echo. There's a guy over on the VeVe feed on the app saying, I know the bounty was $2,019 for the Grogu number 2019. I declined that before, but I need the funds now. Anyone interested in buying this for 2019 gems or better, comment below. That person did sell the Grogu 2019. This is a case where sometimes high-hanging fruit becomes a low-hanging fruit. You have somebody that said, no, $2,019 is not enough for this Grogu. But then something happened in that person's life where it's like, oh, I need money now. And that was the only thing they could consider to sell. So the rip to that person, whoever got it, got a pretty sweet heckin' deal. Refresh everybody. Okay, is this yesterday? Oh, this is yesterday. Yesterday. All my troubles seem so far away. Sorry. Vault Inu got a new listing on ticker trending. They got a listing on ticker trending. I think they got it for free because somebody shilled it. Good for them. Nope. Oh my God, there's so many memes here. Bullish Jack Mahler says his company and Tether plan to acquire up to 5% of all Bitcoin. That's a tall order. Oh, Virtua. Okay, I have to go to Virtua. All right, hang on one second here. Virtua Metaverse, I think it's called. Yeah, they had some bad times here. They had some bad times. So Virtua Metaverse had posted yesterday the next chapter, migrating Virtua to Vanner. Over the past 6 years, Virtua has evolved into a vibrant digital ecosystem, pioneering innovations in metaverse development, NFTs, and interactive experiences. From working with world-class partners to building with full-featured platforms, Virtua laid the groundwork for what Web3 entertainment could look like. We've achieved a lot, integrated Virtua SDK into three of Viva Studios' best-selling mobile games, built and launched the Gamers Lounge, web and mobile, cribs, condos, crafting, questing, and mini games like Jetpack Hype League, released dozens of HTML games and feature, including prestige and interactive challenges, collaborated with elite artists and launched NFTs for major IPs like Godzilla vs. Kong, Top Gun, The Godfather, and Lost in Space, delivered features and digital collectibles across multiple chains, including Ethereum, Polygon, and Cardano. These milestones weren't just experiments. They were early steps in providing what's possible in an open, interactive, and gamified Web3 world. Now, it's time for the next bold step. As part of our transition to a unified, fully on-chain future powered by VANAR, we will be gradually placing the majority of Virtua's features under maintenance. They say it's not the end. They say it's a strategic migration towards something more powerful, permanent, and composable. But why the change? Virtua was always about ownership, immersion, innovation, but as technology evolved, so did their vision. Now at VANAR mainnet live and our advancements in infrastructure like VANAR and Neutron fully operational, makes sense to move away from fragmented off-chain dependencies and toward a fully on-chain composable future. That means no more relying on IPFs, links, or third-party storage, no more partial ownership of metadata or assets. With Neutron, you can fully own the NFT, the graphic, the metadata, everything. This is true digital ownership reimagined. Now what happens next? They'll begin a phased shutdown of existing Virtua features. Starting now and continuing through the coming weeks, the features will be labeled as under maintenance during this period as we shift our focus to full VANAR integration. They say it's not goodbye, they say it's a reboot. But what about the NFTs? To reward their early community and ensure nothing is lost in the evolution, all your Virtua NFTs on Ethereum and Polygon will be airdropped to VANAR chain, upgraded as the first ever 100% ownable Neutron NFTs. That means no loss of assets, no manual claiming, upgraded ownership, and full on-chain permanence. But what about Cardano Island? Cardano Island is still technically on track. They're continuing to roll out the experience as planned, leveraging the rich assets and community on Cardano while integrating new features powered by VANAR. At the same time, they're actively exploring a strategic partnership with a gaming studio or investor to help take Cardano Island to the next level. They had me going, and I could ignore certain things until they mentioned they're exploring a strategic partnership with a gaming studio or investor. All of this tells me that they have zero money. You can make fancy claims like, hey, now this is full, true ownership. But at the end of the day, if they're looking for an investor or a gaming studio partner, they have no money. Many people have tried to get me into Virtua because they had some cool licenses, which they did. But again, this tells me that they have zero money, and maybe there's an opportunity there. Maybe somebody with, a couple $1 million to throw around, they'll, yeah, let's do it. Let's get this bread. How much are they actually worth? I don't know. Up until like yesterday, I forgot they existed. I thought they had shut down because I hadn't heard. I don't know anyone that actively has stuff with them. I think Wendy back in the day, she got stuff from them, so I think she might have certain things from them. I haven't heard anyone, including her, talk about it in years. Anyway, they continue on to say this project has always been built with long-term vision in mind, and now we're focused on finding the right partner to scale it with ambition it deserves, saying it's bigger than Virtua. The move is about unlocking the next levels that Virtua always aimed to be without technical limitations, without compromise, without giving up user sovereignty. And they're not stepping back, they're realigning the strategy and putting the focus on resources where we can deliver the most value on-chain, composable, and truly ownable digital experiences. They say, welcome to the next phase, welcome to VANAR. No more central dependencies, no more partial ownership, just you and your assets on-chain forever. Okay, again, a lot of people like fully interoperable stuff, but when the company that issued that fully interoperable stuff goes under, that means diddly squat for the stuff. Let's bring on VeVe Bam Bam and get a fresh, sober perspective. I don't know if you're sober, because I am not.
I am sober.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's in that cup, Bam Bam? What's in that cup?
Tea.
Lies.
I've actually been eating like a salad, and I've got tea. But yeah, I'm a good girl right now. What's up? What's up?
Right now. Did you have any Virtua NFTs?
No.
Good. Because apparently they didn't go under. They are actively exploring a strategic partnership with a gaming studio or investor, which means they have no money, which means they're done. So, yeah, this is, you had Hero, right? We both had Hero. We both bought Hero stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one I'm sad about. I mean, there's other ones. I'm always sad for people whose company has, gone under. But yeah. But I did really like the Hero cards, and I'm still going to hold on to my physicals that I have. Yeah. There's other pieces too.
because
bat cows are still good. I love my bat cows.
they keep getting candy, and then now they're in the what company is it now?
Shoot. I don't know. Can't remember.
Yeah, I forget.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Either way, they were bought before. So this, it makes me think that they had some really good IP. Virtua had like King Kong, and they had like some other stuff, and like the NFT bull market is like so close. So I think someone with like a couple $1 million can be like, hey, let me get this, and then watch it go crazy. I feel like someone could make a move there. But we'll see. We have so I don't know if you know what this is. So I guess a lot of people from London, they're here, they're there. They're saying confirmed Ryan Bell or Brilliant loves BTGGs. I don't know what BTGGs is. You know?
Let me see. BTGG.
I'm too scared to Google.
Let me see. Bitcoin Gold. Wait. BTGG likely refers to Bitcoin Gold. It's a cryptocurrency with the ticker symbol BTG, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Very good. Bitcoin Gold. Fun under the sun. Hi, Randy. What are you drinking? I have some Baileys. I don't know if I should. I think I shared it with a couple of friends. Oh gosh, where's my?
You told me about a big bottle that you purchased.
Yeah, girl, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that bottle.
There you go.
Girl, look at that bottle. I worked out. So like a good amount of that is gone. Because I'm trying to write. So listen, some of the writing in that comic is so good. It's like, like feels. But it's like a diamond in like a shit sandwich, because the rest of the story is like okay, like you can tell what's going on, and it's like okay, but it's not great. Did you ever get that in school back in the day, where your stuff like had to be good, like really great, or you like, you know what, I'll get a 70 on this essay and that's fine. C's get degrees.
Oh gosh, yeah, I was never one to be. I'm not a perfectionist at all, and I can't stand like what were those book reports and stuff today. Oh my gosh, I hated them. I will tell you, there was I'm not proud of myself, but I would just take zero sometimes. I'm like, I ain't doing it.
Bev, I love you so much. I can't tell you how much like we vibe together. Do you remember like the books that you had to read in school? Like, do you remember any of them?
Most of the time it was like you pick one from the school library and then you just do your book.
Okay. There wasn't like Where the Red Fern Grows or One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
No, I mean they would go over books like that, and then they would usually have us watch the movie also, but it wasn't anything that you had to like do a book report on. Or
dude, I'm like so jealous of kids now, where they could just be like, hey ChatGPT, give me a rundown of what happened in this book. Like, I am so freaking jealous.
Yeah, like hi Fun Under the Sun, hi Bill Gardner, hi Black Boy. Sorry, I had to say
that. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Got to get this. I feel like I didn't get these lovable comments when I was. Only when you show up, you're like, oh hi,
Randy.
But
yeah, I'm not a big. I don't know. I have ADHD. That stuff just doesn't mix well with my brain.
What can you go and like, not really binge on, but what can you research for like hours?
Oh, I can research things. Like, I love history.
You're interested in.
Yeah, but I like a lot of things. Like when it comes to just, I think learning. When it comes to learning, so I like history. I like learning about the universe. I like medical things, like all that kind of stuff. I can just dig.
I watched a video the other day. It's a guy called like Last Lunch or Lunchbox or something. He's on YouTube, but his videos made it to X now, and he takes like these old towns. They'll just pick like a random town in the US. I'll be like, hey, this town, this building, this Gothic amazing building was built in like 1875, but it burned to the ground like 11 years later, and that happens to be where like a bunch of the history of the town was. So and it happens in like every town in the US where like none of the history is available before like 1870 because stuff burned down, and it keeps burning down like every 30 years, and it's makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Always keep your books, keep like knowledge is good to have. Like it's good to know your history. What AI gonna make people dumb? Yeah.
I don't, so way back in the day, people had thought like, oh, like record keeping, like books are gonna make people dumb because you don't have to memorize it. You can just go in and look it up. And then I don't know, I feel like then the internet would make people like, I don't know, I think it just makes things more efficient where I mean, back in the day, like before internet, like you had to go to the library and you had to read up on these books. But some of those books could have been from like 20, 30 years back, and stuff could have been outdated, and you'd just be preaching like misinformation.
And a lot of books purposely left things out that should have been in there because they didn't want like the US or places to look as bad as it was. So that's known too. I mean, and having the internet you can find things that were never taught to you in school. Yeah. So I do like the internet for that. But what they're talking about, like, I think what she's talking about is more towards the future. Like AI is just going to take over a lot of stuff, and people just aren't going to worry about. I don't know. They'll dig in like I do like to dig in. It doesn't matter if I see something online, I will, whether I think it's a good thing or a bad thing, I will dig in and find out what the facts kind of are on things. Like somebody can say, oh, the universe was made like this. Okay, well, let me look. And, there's going to be all sorts of different stories on it. And you can kind of just get different ideas. And I guess just go with what you want. But I think the more the internet's around and this with AI, it's going to be easier to fake things. It's going to be, I mean, right now, yes, there's videos and stuff come out. It's obviously AI. It's so easy to tell, but it's going to get better. There's going to be a day where you're not going to be able to tell, and that's going to be dangerous. And it will make people dumber. So, unfortunately, but it's good to keep around things like books and just for the future.
There is, I hope I sent, I didn't send VeVe Magic. There's something that I had reposted over on TikTok. It was, it was this, and it is.
Not even real. We're here because someone typed a sentence on a computer in some distant universe. We're just prompts. You're just prompts. That's all you'll ever be.
Like that. That's all AI, and you can still kind of tell because the eyes are weird and they're not good actors. But it is very like I feel like older people, they like wouldn't know. Like I don't want to throw Tammy under the bus here, but Tammy, like, she'll constantly show me videos like, look at this. I'm like, Tammy, that's AI, right? She's like, what? No, how can you tell?
Yes. But there's also, when you see those things online and you look at the comments, there's a whole lot of people like that.
I know.
Then you have the others that are in there, guys, this is AI. Right. So there are those that just go with the flow way too much.
Yeah.
Like I go with the flow on other stuff. Like, but I'm always like looking into, I don't know. I'm just like that. I have a detective type of brain that just wants to investigate everything.
What you were saying before, like hidden history. So me and my ex were in South Carolina at this hotel, and we decided to like Google just like the hotel we were at and the town we were in, and it's like, okay, well, what it said like on Wikipedia is like, okay, this person, Dr. whoever, came in from like North Carolina, and he was into textiling because I guess in 1890 or 1800, that's what you were into because there wasn't other stuff to do. It's like, yeah, he came in with his band of workers to like build this place. Like, you mean he came in with his slaves? Because like nobody comes in with his merry band of men to build this. Like, so yeah, like and comics and crypto, I I understood the investment thesis of, hey, we're going to buy sealed product because as people get curious and they open certain things, like from the Pokemon side, I was like, I understand that. Buying sealed product, there's always going to be less of it. But then I saw a video where, have you seen Robin Hood with Russell Crowe?
No.
In the beginning of the movie, there's a quote where it shows like it just shows a quote where it says like in the time of tyranny, rangers or like good men, like they become like the resistance. And they edited that quote out in the Netflix version of Robin Hood, but only in America. They didn't edit that out in like the UK or Europe or Australia. They only did it in America. And I was like, all of these like new generations of kids that are going to watch this movie are not going to get that quote. And like only the physical media is going to hold that. So I was like, oh my God. I thought of Scommers Crypto as soon as that happened.
Yeah.
Craziness. Bikes. Like everyone missed like day. Yeah. Yeah. Rip the Dewey Decimal System.
So
I don't even know what the Dewey Decimal System is. Can you explain it before I Google it?
Ask ChatGPT.
I'm gonna Google it. It's a library classification that organizes nonfiction books and other materials by topic using a decimal number system, divides knowledge into 10 main classes. Yeah, this was definitely not what we used in the libraries at school. Blockchain will definitely replace that. What do you miss? What has been phased out that you feel like maybe either you're romanticizing it or something that like, no, this is really good, but it fell out of use? What's something that you miss from the 90s or the 80s, even the 2000s?
Gosh, I don't know. Because see, I always like evolving and new things and growing. So, I mean, the only thing I could think of is maybe there's foods that are not around when it comes to, like, I'm always liking moving forward. I like that. So I can't really think of anything that's back in the day that's no longer in use that I don't know.
I miss maps.
I don't miss maps.
Oh, you don't? Oh, I love that. I remember back. So maps were like in like the late 2000s, early 20s. They like you still had like people had like the Garmin Nuvi like things, but you brought a map as like a buffer. So when going to Ohio one day, I brought a map as a buffer because the Garmin Nuvi, like sometimes the satellite wouldn't reach, and it was cool. And then you find like, oh, this isn't on the map. Oh, it's like a secret area in a game because it wasn't on the map, and it was just cool. And now I feel like everything's there. Like you could just Google Earth it, and there's no surprises.
There is. Okay, one time my best friend and I, we were going to Colorado for Christmas, taking our kids, and this was before they had iPhones and things. But there was, I think it was MapQuest or whichever one it was. We printed that out, but of course that only, so we did. We had the big like atlas, but we still took a wrong turn. But what was really cool is the wrong turn took us into Taos, New Mexico, which I had never heard of at the time. And it was Christmas time, so there was snow everywhere. And we started driving through this little town. And
there's snow in New Mexico?
Yeah. A lot of New Mexico.
It gets cold enough there for that?
Yes.
I figure
New
it's
Mexico gets a lot of snow.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
But Taos, New Mexico is more north of New Mexico. But so we ended up there and we were just like, let's stop the car and like, get out and like explore or whatever. And we didn't know how to pronounce it. I know now it's Taos, but we're from Texas, whatever. Anyway, so we like, we explore and everything. We get on our right path. We get to where we're going, and the little cabin we were staying in, they were asking how our drive was, and we're just like, yeah, we found this place called Taos, New Mexico. And she's like, Taos? Like, yeah, like it's tacos without the C. And she's like, oh, that's Taos. That's Taos. So, yeah, that was funny. So we always make fun of that. Like we always call it chaos. But yeah, but it was cool, you know, because using the maps, we still took a little wrong turn, but we ended up in this really cool place, and it's memories.
Nice.
Oh,
I remember once, I don't know why we went this far. We went like, me and my friends traveled like 20 miles to go to this animal shelter just to look at dogs, and it like broke our hearts. And on the way there, like the GPS that we were using like didn't show a road. And it's like, what's this road? She's like, this road doesn't even, my friend Meg is like, this road doesn't even exist. Like, cause she was just looking at the, I know, thought it was funny. Also, Kaki Gaijin being a menace to society. Then he purposely says something is real and you know it's fake just to fuck with people.
Or so you can find out who the rat is. You tell people different stories, and whichever story comes back to you, you know which person. Like, yeah.
Oh, I didn't think to. Oh, that's like, is that a girl thing? Is that things that
I don't know.
girl?
It's a me thing.
It's a that is so interesting.
I mean, I don't really do that now, but like if I know there's somebody that might be like doing that type of stuff, back in the day, I haven't really done that in years, but yeah, there was a girl I remember, like, I had a feeling she was telling some other people things that I would tell her. So I would say stuff on purpose, knowing that she was going to go back and tell them, like, let her look like an idiot.
Oh, that's a really fun idea. Yeah, I would never think to do that. That's I kind of do that. Well, not really. Sometimes there's some stories that they're just so good you have to tell, but you have to change a couple of things with it because you want to protect some of the people that were in the story. So sometimes I'll do that. And I remember getting like, so this didn't happen to me. This happened to a couple of friends of mine, but I said it happened to me, and then like Dr. Stuff called it out because I forgot I told it. There was a couple of friends of mine that video chatting, and my guy was bleeding from the leg, and him and his girl were having like, they were doing like some knife play, and she got like a little too aggressive, and she like nicked an artery.
Oh,
and
I remember the story. You've said it before.
Yeah, and
I remember. Yeah, I remember.
So she had to like take like the cigarette lighter from a car and like cauterize the wound. So I said it like, oh, it was me because I wanted to protect my friends. And I could have just said the story without saying their names, and that would have been fine. But then I said it another time, and like that. So I was like, yeah, wasn't that you? I was like, oh, it was me.
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember you telling that before, but I don't remember you saying who it was. I thought it was your friend. I don't know. I don't remember.
What's up, O'Milly? How's it going? Much love, much love. O'Milly's cool. He's a cool dude. I've been trying to go into more of his spaces. I did a space the other day, and it turned out I think pretty well. And then I messaged O'Milly. I was like, hey, I know why I do these spaces. Get these followers. So cool.
Well, I don't think he's doing it for the followers.
I mean, he does it just to be a good person and a good VeVe soldier.
He's good at it. He's good at it.
I did it for the follow. I straight up somebody texted me while I was doing a space, and I was like, I'll answer later. There's 70 people here. I have no idea what I'm doing. Fam strong was this big announcement. I'm thirsty to know.
He knows. He told me. I'm just kidding.
So I do have two ideas. Now give me 1 second. Take a swig of the Baileys.
Oh my gosh. That just reminded me. I sent you a video.
A Bailey?
That's hilarious. I think it's on TikTok. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay.
When you see it, you'll get it. It's hilarious.
So the other day on David's Instagram, on his Insta, let me type in David you. So he posted a video of a photo of the Tokidoki peeps, and then I was like, "Where is Tokidoki?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." So I figured out that it was at the licensing show in Vegas, and I was like, "Okay." So I googled the licensing show in Vegas and found that some of the other stuff that was there was Activision Blizzard, from Minecraft from Microsoft, and they own Minecraft. So I was like, okay, they posted about Minecraft the other day. Maybe David's there, and he inked a deal with either Microsoft, and he has Minecraft, or they're getting Activision Blizzard. We're getting World of War. But also, what was there the other day was Bandai Namco, and Bandai Namco is the Pac-Man stuff, and they posted Pac-Man the other day. So I think they could possibly be getting both of those things. And then I made a video the other day saying, like, they could possibly have Roblox because of who he's following, and they could have Pokemon because of what he shares. I'm going to X out Pokemon and X out Roblox because there hasn't been any posts about that, but there have been posts about Pac-Man and Minecraft. So I think one of those two might be it.
Cool. But then I always think of, like, because I automatically go to the things that, I grew up with and that I know, but I forget that all he hopes it's Randy on Playboy. Just kidding, y'all know I'm kidding. Yeah, so then I forget there's all this IP throughout the world that is not huge here, but it's huge in other places. So anytime I'm thinking, my mind automatically goes to our stuff, but it could be anything that we don't even know.
Could be. You're right. Could be anything. My friend Mark said if it's Pokemon, he's selling he's gonna be putting like 6 figures into the Pokemon. And I was like, listen, I'm not selling my crypto. Well, maybe I'll sell some crypto for it. But if it is Pokemon, yeah, I'll put in I'll put in 10K, maybe even 20. I have a buyer lined up to buy into the channel at they'll buy 5% at a $250,000 valuation. So I'll have I don't know if I'll say who it is ever, if they don't want to, or if they want to, we'll see. But heck the haters. I'm gonna drink their tears.
Well, it's cool. It's like you've been getting more and more sponsors like that. That's really cool. You deserve it. Keep on chugging.
It's good that they did it, because I told this person that I have a couple, or I didn't tell this person that I had a couple of other people I'm having conversations with. I told you the people that I'm having conversations with, and they're very. It's not people that you would think. It's not community. It's just no one's ever heard of those combination of letters.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to repeat them because
forgot what they were.
I remember some of the words in there that I'm like, what? Yeah, I don't know what like your Roman Empire is right now, but mine is the Diddy trial. Have you taken a look at that? Gosh. Not recently, but I have some. Like in the beginning, I didn't really look. I actually forget about it, and then I see something like a little picture of him. I'm like, oh yeah, I wonder how that's going, and I don't even look into it because I don't like when that negative. Like, I mean, we know that there's bad people in the world, but sometimes when you just really hear a lot of it, it just brings you down, makes you like really feel. It gives me an ugly feeling in my stomach. I don't like it.
It's
So sometimes I will avoid it.
One of the funnier things about, or like one of the only funny things about it, is one of the girls, somebody like the lawyer was asking, like, have you ever, had intercourse, with Diddy? And she's like, yeah, but only because I thought it wouldn't hurt, because his thing's like a Tootsie Roll. And I was like, what? They compared it to a Tootsie Roll? And then, yeah, it got into some like darker stuff. And I was like, oh, yeah, that dude is wild. And there's a buddy of mine, I won't say who, I don't, I mean, some people would know, but professional athlete. And he's like, yeah, I had a couple of friends that I, athleted with back in the day that went to his parties. And he said the story about how they was like, if the Jello was an orange Jello and it had a certain type of whipped cream, he would like freak out and be like, you ruined my night. You couldn't get the orange Jello. Like if they gave him like green Jello, it was like the end of the world. And I was like, so yeah.
Yeah, that's those type of people. They get spoiled.
I don't know how you like live life like that. Like it's Jello, bro. It's all good, It's like, it's
I know. I'm just I'm a simple person. even if I had money, and I'm sure I would live in there would be some extravagant things, but at the same time, I don't really care because in the end, it's material things, and I'd rather just be happy. Like I can be happy like in a mansion or a regular house. Like I don't have to spend a lot of money and get, so anyways, so when it comes down to that stuff, like I don't understand those people like that. But then again, I know I am different and I like it.
I made like the deco. This was like years ago. It was like 2017, where I had like my first big boy job and the first time, making some money. And I was in I was a little bougie in 2017. I was in an Uber and I told the Uber to go to Taco Bell and I would like get him something on the way to my house. And he's like, okay. And I was just drunk in the back of this Uber. So I was like, bro, I don't care how rich I get. I'm always going to love Taco Bell. And he's like, me too, man. Me too. I was like, yeah, I could have $100 million. Sometimes you need a cheesy gordita crunch. Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Crazy Dan 420. How's it going? So what is going to, even if you don't tell people, like let's say whether crypto goes up, you win lotto, something happens and you write a book, you get, let's say, millions of dollars. If you don't tell people, what is the first sign that you'll have money? Like what is the first sign going to be?
Probably traveling.
When you
definitely want to travel. I just want to go. No limit, not limit money wise, but no limit on how long I would be gone. Just travel to all the places, not just of course, I want to go to Italy, I want to go to Australia, but I also want those little places that nobody's ever heard of, those little tiny towns that, just
how would
you life out there.
So Tammy always wants to take me on like death defying places. Oh, we should go like what's that called when you go down like a line?
Oh, the line thing, whatever. Yeah. Not me. Nope.
Yeah, same.
Keep my feet on the ground.
So would you ever go to like a guided trip in like the Amazon where there's like creatures that can get you?
Would I want to? Yes. But would I? Probably not, just because of the whole like, am I the only girl kind of thing?
Well, you could have a girl guide. You could have you could have an all girl team on your girl guided tour, or could be a gay dude. Could be a gay guy.
Ooh, gay dude! I want a gay guy. We could be like, hey, look at that tiger. Hey, tiger.
So there's been. I have to ask something because I'm drunk enough now where I feel like I can ask it and not have as much shame. There's been multiple times in my life where people have either assumed I was gay or straight up asked, be like, do you get that vibe from me?
Sometimes. But Randy, no, you're very so we've had this talk before. You probably don't even remember.
I don't remember.
It's not that you come off as gay. It's just some of the things you say is like you just say some things like sometimes about guys and stuff like
taps.
But yeah, there you go, taps. That's a good example.
But that's taps. He's hot.
You swallowed his gravy.
Okay, that was a private text message that I didn't even send. You sent it. I don't even know if I want to tell the story.
You already told it when the other night when I was at Tina's.
No, let your truth live.
So there are times where I wonder, like, hey, does he go both ways or something? But you did clear that up. I can't remember when it was. I don't know if it was on stream or not, but I think it was. I don't remember. But you guess only
$20, $20, Fam Bam. You what were we talking about before we got on this conversation? Money and death and what would change us? What would change? Yeah. Yes. So I am 100% up with traveling to Italy and Australia. There's so many things that can kill you. But if you are away from your house for X amount of time, could I could I watch your house and play with your kitty while we
Yes.
are? Yes. Okay. Very good. Very good. I watch Ernie's house, and I you know, his puppy Ralphie. I have a nice little photo of him.
I trust
That
you
was
with animals.
Yes, because
That's the one
I
thing you do care about.
former veterinary technician here. Yes.
Yes.
I don't know where I could have sworn there was a bro. I am so freaking jealous. I don't know how like David convinced Disney to
I
make him a
know.
freaking collectible.
Is that maybe
So what do one?
but maybe it's something that's in the works.
Oh, maybe
Maybe we can-
that's possible.
You know what I want? I really want the bear bricks. I want a VeVe bear bricks. I've been saying
Yeah,
it,
I
I've been
could see
saying
it.
it, I've been saying it.
I can see it.
Oh my god.
I can see it.
I
I
was
thought
even looking into making my own.
I had an extra picture of Ralphie here, but I am not. Oh, here it is. Yes, that's the. I took a picture of him while he was sleeping. And
Aww.
I feel like you can only do
Becoming
that
a
to yourself.
Ralphie, I think of A Christmas Story. Anyways, go ahead.
I was never a fan of A Christmas Story. I don't like most Christmas movies. I don't like Christmas for the most part, for multiple reasons. Like I understand. Like I like the eggnog. I like the I like Die Hard. Die Hard is a great Christmas movie. But I don't know. So when I was younger, it was like expected to like buy something for like the mother unit, and it's like, well, my birthday is in December, and like I just got like some of this money. Well, you should spend that on, you know, on a big gift for this parental unit. And I was like, but like this is like my birthday, like what the fuck? So like I think this is why I'm so fucking cheap, and this is why like I like money, because I was forced into communism to give my money away as soon as I got it. And then like I don't know, I just see like as I got older, like people like putting themselves into debt, like they use their Christmas bonus,
Yeah.
and then they put like credit cards, and then they spend like 8 months of the next year to get themselves out of the hole, only to put. And I never understood that.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I was going to bring up about Christmas. That would be the one thing that I don't like about Christmas. But I do like, I don't know, just how it feels having the, maybe it comes from childhood and you're excited and you have those feelings of, you know, you're going to wake up and open Christmas presents. But so I just mostly have the feelings now of just experiencing the, you know, putting it up, all the stuff up and making cookies. And I did our company Christmas party this past year and things like that. I enjoy, but like my son, he doesn't care. He does not care about toys. He doesn't care about anything. So every year it is so hard to buy for him, and which can be good because, you know, you're not breaking the bank, because he's not like, I want this and that, whatever. He's just not into that stuff. He doesn't care. He'll like, oh, give me some Robux. I'll be fine. That's how he is. Actually, his birthday's next weekend, and I'm going to be, so what we're going to do is, he loves crab. I love crab. We're going to go all
crab?
out. Crab eating.
Oh,
crab.
the food. Oh, yes. He's got good taste.
Yeah. So that's always my thing too. People, oh, what do you want for this? What do you want for that? Just let's hang out. Let's go do something. Like that's what I want to do.
Dude, let's get. Oh my god, I would be so proud if my son was just like, "What do you want for your birthday?" I want some crab. Yo, let's go to Red Lobster. Yo, I would be. Oh god, he would be my Veterans Day buddy, where I'd be like, all right, we're gonna go to all these places and we're gonna get all this free food, and I'm gonna get most of it, but you'll eat the scraps, you'll eat the leftovers, you know.
Yes.
What up, Sean? What up? How old is he now?
He's gonna be 14.
Oh, he can get a job soon. Has he expressed interest in the work?
No,
not yet.
But I did take him driving yesterday for the first time ever.
How'd he do?
Yeah, he did good.
How do you feel about your skills as a teacher?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always stressful. That's going to be something that's stressful no matter what when they're first driving. But usually I just go to like of course, school's out now. So go to a parking lot at a school and they're empty
Why is school out?
because summer. It's into May.
So I feel like we had this conversation. So when I got my school didn't let out until like June 21st.
Oh wow. Oh, I've never heard of that. But usually when I went to school, I think it was like the very end of May, it would be out. So his last day of school was Thursday.
Okay.
But they go early, which is ridiculous here in Phoenix. It is. Oh, I can't wait to hear all those stories. I'm so excited for everybody.
Okay, you were saying?
Anyways, so being in Phoenix, like summer is brutal. And they have these schools starting like August 4th. Is usually what it is. And it is extremely hot. And what are these, like, he's not in elementary anymore, so it doesn't matter. But these elementary kids were not allowed to go outside and play for recess because it's too hot. So they're all crammed in these, like, usually in the lunch rooms and stuff. And they're all sitting there. And of course they have to be quiet. And these are kids. They have to get out. They have to, burn off their energy and things.
Yeah.
So when it comes to stuff like that, they absolutely should push back. And they have pushed back where they gave us options of like, okay, we'll start school a little later, but you guys have to vote on what other days you're going to do without. So having a week for Thanksgiving, now it's just 3 days, all these things. But what happened? They didn't really push it back very much. And now it's back to August 4th. Even earlier than what it was. So freaking schools are stupid.
Damn.
I would homeschool my son if I could.
Damn.
But yeah, I never started school till September. That's when
same.
Yeah.
So after Labor Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same.
And they should do that here at least.
Yeah, I don't know why they had oh God, going back to school in August, I would not be okay with that. Do they have like summer projects that they make them do, or they like they chill? They chill.
Yeah, they chill.
Nice. I had 2 times where I had to. One was a book called, I think, Johnny Tremaine. It's about this. I think it was like the Revolutionary War, and this kid like broke his leg or whatever, and then he tried to learn how to ride a horse, and he fell off the horse, and he broke his leg again. I don't know. It was just really fucking stupid. And then another one which I didn't do because I didn't know I had it. It was for like the science class in high school, and then I get there and they're like, all right, everyone, bring your projects up. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like if I'd known about this, I wouldn't have taken the class. And then I got switched to another class, and then I took forensics. And this lady was like every year she would like leave because she was pregnant, but she was some type of Catholic that had like 8 kids. But she was like, she like had tenure, and she didn't give a fudge about, like, she was just like, okay, we're gonna watch Dexter. And I was like, let's go. Like, she did. Yeah, it was, I forget her name, but she was awesome. So there's a British flag collectible that they gave out. I don't know if that's just because that's where they were and that's the people who got it, or if that's a level 100 gift, or not the level 100 gift, or if that's a gold logo gift.
No, I think it's for the people who attended.
Okay.
It was like when we went to the kickoff party. Remember, we had to scan something, or you didn't end up doing it. So you didn't get, that's when we got the VeVe logo. They were saying we were going to get some letters, and then it ended up being, it's the blue VeVe logo.
Yeah. I vaguely remember that.
There was something we had to scan when we got there. I remember that. So I'm sure there's something similar over there.
Vaguely remember. I was very tipsy, and it wasn't my. Ow! Oh God! I don't know what that was. Okay.
Oh, Lord,
it wasn't my fault. My Grebflow had this purse of like. Yeah. What was it? Oh.
That day was tequila. Yeah. It was tequila.
Yeah, with the that was a rough one because it was hot. I don't know how Reese's feet didn't burn because he was barefoot on the blacktop, and he just must have had calluses out the yin yang because.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
But that's how people are. Like it is an Australian thing. It's a lot of things. You know what's funny? Okay, because people would make fun of him about that. When I went, it's been like 2 years ago. I went to Hawaii with my friends, and
I remember that
we got an Airbnb, this big Airbnb, because there was a bunch of us, and the guy who owned the house, drove up in his Mercedes, all dressed, got out of that car with no shoes on. And one of our friends mentioned something. He's like, "Oh, that's just how we are here, blah, blah, blah." And I'm just like, yeah, that's just, yeah, I'm telling you, he seriously had a Mercedes, owned this beautiful house that we were renting out and everything, and like walked out of there in barefoot.
When I was like 4, I thought like your bare feet were like a private part. So I just like, never, yeah, like when people were wearing sandals, I was like, do they like know that they're like their feet are showing? And like I just never, yeah, I don't know why I thought that. There was a lot of things that I thought that would just, there's no rhyme or reason for it. Did you ever have that where you thought something and then it turned out to be completely different?
Oh yeah, I was raised a certain kind of way that was not, but I always knew, and I'm just like, that's not right. That's not good. That's not right. Whatever. But there are some things where I was like, I did think didn't happen in real life, but they did. I'm not gonna get into all that stuff.
Okay.
Some cool things that I was just like, what? I thought this was just on TV.
Tap Joe saying it was just for those who attended this weekend. Mix of people, to be honest. Not all of 100 you were missed. Aw. I don't want to give too much of the kissy face because Wes will think that I am a I am a different.
Here, Randy, kiss my hand. Redeem yourself. There you go.
I wonder how if I know you said that the signs would be you'd be traveling, but I wonder if the money would change and be like, oh, Randy, kiss the ring, go on, kiss the ring. And I wonder, would you take on another persona? No. Would you have a secret?
I mean, what?
Would you make a separate, like a secret X account and then build another identity under that X account?
No.
See, that's I would totally do that. I would not be Randy Chavez. I would be Randall Chavez, and I would.
No, I mean, I have a hard enough time trying to keep up with my Twitter account I have right now.
They called me Randall at the VA the other day, and I was like, oh.
I call you Randall. And you always respond.
This one girl I dated like 11 years ago, this girl named Aubrey, she called me Randall, and I hate, like, it was to the point where she would call me Randall in bed, and I'd be like, babe, full stop, like, I felt like Kanye West, like we're gonna finish, but we're gonna have a talk about that after we go. And I was like,
oh God, never mind. I had some things pop in my head you should have done, but I'm not going to talk about that.
Okay. It's just for the what did I get? All right, cool. I thought I got another notification on there. Anyway.
There is a account.
I mean, no, but I get now that you maybe I don't
Randiella,
know.
like Cinderella.
Randy. So I don't. I'll give me a drink first. Give me 1 sec. Okay. I don't know about you, but I have sensitive teeth. Like if I bite ice cream, that's gonna hurt. Like that is going to straight up not feel good on my teeth. So I feel like if you're like, going to town on a popsicle, I can eat that popsicle without getting my teeth on it. Like I feel like I would be really good at that. And I feel like How do girls like not know? How do they like not have that sensitivity on their teeth and they like they get you, you know?
What do you mean they get you? Like, oh, okay.
Like they can't not know. Like they have to feel it unless their teeth just aren't sensitive. And in which case, okay, but I've lived my life with sensitive teeth. So I feel when my teeth are on something, and I feel like girls.
I'm sure girls do too.
But they keep on doing it though.
You say stop.
Yes, that well, I don't enjoy that anymore because anyway, Randina, no, but maybe that, I don't know, Randolph Bartholomew, I don't know. Good times. Let's go over some other news here, which we shall get your opinion on. Oh, I lost my spot in it from yesterday. David looks cute. Johnny Depp is in negotiations to be back as Captain Jack Sparrow, which is great. Refresh, Bolt Inu, David's in a thing. I had this thing yesterday called bourbon mash whiskey. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
It's right next to my Nathan's Coney Island bagel dogs. Those are great. Those are a lot of fun. He's going to start singing Skater, but it's late. He was a lady boy. Oh, that's great.
The lady boy. Who's the lady boy?
Yeah, they're gonna clip that, and it's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a meme. Oh, all right. So Future Pass. Future Pass is rolling out on Candy.io. It's your new digital identity, one secure login that connects your account across Candy and the Futureverse. Futureverse is what owns Candy.io, which is now your back house and stuff. Are you going to get one, or is it not important enough for you to spend money on it?
How much is it? Depends on how much.
I don't know. I can't click the link because it's in a screenshot, but
okay.
But
Here, let me go to Candy Digital.
Yeah. Mr. MC1 says he logged into his Candy account but did not see the experience described. All his collectibles are still in his Candy DC account, but he said he'll try again in a couple of days.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't signed in either yet. Step-by-step instructions. Okay, so we've begun a staggered rollout of the Future Pass to Candy users, and we'll continue to roll it out gradually over the next few days. Day 1, 10%, 2 and 3, 40 to 45%, and then day 4, full rollout. Open to we don't see blah blah blah, so I'm not seeing the price yet. I don't see a price. I don't feel like logging in. Let's see.
On this day, 3 years ago, I was in New York City at the Nintendo World, and Brittany took a nice picture of my my pose with Bowser. I love that. The bounty is raised to $1,500 for the Avengers number 43, which is the first appearance of Red Guardian, mint number 1967. That's the publishing year. So if anyone wants to go, I think those are $10 per comic. And if anyone wants to go and mint that. So let me see. There's 150. Okay, hang on. Red Guardian. I get to, me and Tammy were on stream the other day, and she just like made me get these Blackpink collectibles because it was just. Did you get any of those before they burned?
No. Oh, it won't let me sign into my account. I'd have to reset my password. I don't know.
Okay. Where's the Red Guardian? Okay, this was Avengers number 43, 1963. Oh, I hope they didn't freaking burn it yet. I will be so salty if they had burned it. Hold on. Okay, Avengers, Red Guardian. Oh, very good. We have 4 days before it burns. Okay, so there is 386 plus 132, so that's 486. So that's 518. So that's 60 for that's 78 minus 1, so that's 577. That is 520. I'm sorry, 598. So there's 598 Avengers number 43 left, and it's $10. So 598. So it's $5,980. And what is okay? Hold on. Let me see if this is going to make Avengers number 43. I'm going to see if it's going to make sense based on how many secret rares or what they're selling for. If to go, oh, it's only $60 for the secret rare, and $13 for the ultra rare, and the other ones are not there yet. So it is not going to make sense to get those. But there's only 4. Yeah. I might buy some though, because I had a couple of Blackpink stuff and it sold. So I have 54. I have 54 gems. I feel like a rich person.
Congratulations. Yeah.
I don't know what. So there's something called like a high water mark, where if you have a certain amount of money in your bank account, like let's say a lot, like some people's high water mark is like 10,000, and whenever they get over 10,000, they're like, I want to do this extra money, and they automatically spend it, like they can't save it, right? And if I'm about to sell part of this channel, and I'm about to get some monies, I feel like I don't know what I'm gonna. I mean, there'll be extra monies, and I don't want to I could just chuck it into crypto. But like this is one of those things where I could buy every one of these Red Guardians, and I could claim hopefully I can claim the bounty in like 30 of these, where I spend $300 and I get 1,500. But I could buy 100 of these, spending $1,000 and not get anything. I could say, what do I do?
I know that temptation, so I would say just hold on. But if it's me, like it's in the app, I can't hold on to it. I gotta buy stuff. So I would tell you just hold on to it, because you don't know what's coming. Like especially with this announcement that's supposed to come out soon.
Oh yeah.
Maybe wait a little bit, but keep your eye on some things.
I feel like Sean probably keeps tabs on it, so I just want to make sure that it hasn't been minted yet. So let's give our good friend Sean a call.
Yo, hey Randy.
Yo, how's it going? I'm on stream with Bam Bam. How you doing?
That is so funny.
Hey.
So we're going over the news, and we saw that you have the bounty was raised the other day for the Red Guardian first appearance, mint number 1967, and
yes.
Has that been minted yet?
Yes, Millie got it.
Wait, oh, Millie got it?
Yeah, I just sent her a group chat. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, no wonder he gave me a $7 super chat, because he fucking got $1,500.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh my god, that's so...
Congratulations, dude.
Oh my god, did you? Oh, you did send it to oh my god, you did. It's 8 minutes ago. Oh my god, that's so wild that we
just happened to think about it. That's cool.
Yeah, we're live right now. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's awesome. Wait, am I on the phone with you while you're live?
Yeah. Say hi to Femme.
Hey
guys.
Hey.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, we
posted on it, and he said like, "Oh man, I was so close." And he thought it was 1953, and I saw that, and I was about to DM him, and then he took on the tweet and realized, oh, he got the right one. So I was laughing about it with him. I was like, dude, you got the right one.
That's so cool. Because he can't ever participate in his giveaways with his spaces and stuff. So this is good.
It's been fun, it's fun to see people in the communities get involved in this, and they land it. It's been great. It's been great to see that.
Oh, thank God I didn't spend like $500 like minting 50 of these things.
That's why we try to be local as soon as possible when things are meant to be go.
Oh, that's so cool. All right, good for you. Good for O'Milly. Good for this. Good for this time. So it's 43
I
minutes.
literally just came back from seeing Thunderbolts too. And no joke, I just came back from the theaters.
Oh, okay.
It
So
was awesome.
yeah,
It was awesome.
I loved
It
it.
was
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yelena is like one of my favorite Marvel
Oh,
characters.
she's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I love you guys. Thanks for calling, man.
Yeah, of course.
It's good to hear your voice, Randy.
Oh, you too, Matt. I love you so much, brother.
We love you too,
All
buddy.
right, catch you later. Bye, bye, Fendel.
All right, buddy. Bye, Jake.
Bye.
So, Lori's hubby said, I spun the wheel twice while driving home. Thanks, Randy. And now we know that he didn't have to do that because O'Milly got it. Shout out to O'Milly. What were you saying with the spaces and the giveaways and the stuff?
So he does a lot of giveaways, VeVe giveaways, and he can't ever participate because, it's his spaces. He's the one that's doing it. He can't ever really participate. And so he definitely deserves to get that because he's always handing the stuff out. So I'm trying to so I was able to finally get into my Candy account. I had to change my password. Hello, zombie. And I still don't see anything with a price. I don't want to go through the instructions, but maybe I will have to.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, meow, meow.
Let me know on it. I'm gonna. Oh, okay. We're gonna.
Not help. I don't need help. No, I do need help.
Oh, we're gonna drink some water here
Yes, sir.
because that's what I need, and then we are going to put the blankie over there. I'm gonna. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let me just go to my profile because why would it's giving me a username like automatically? So of course I'm going to update it. It's devoted -bubblegum -drop.
Bubblegum?
It's automatically Candy giving me a username to use. Yeah, how about no?
Very good.
Hey guys.
OMI up or down, test previous Microsoft. I don't know. I think Retail Pleb gave something along those lines of what it's going to be or supposed to be. OMI was up the past 2 days, but then now today, not so great. Well, it's actually up 1%, but it's 7 days. It's a nice chart. It's nice.
Ooh, here's all my stuff.
Ed Feely giving you the
cow,
hearts.
are you kidding?
Huh?
Hey Ed.
Hey.
Is this my stuff? Oh no, I was gonna say like that's a lot of stuff. I didn't know I had this. My collection. I have 44 items.
44.
Mm-hmm.
Not like Stephen Duarte that has 6,500 Pokemon cards collected. My God, Stephen Duarte, you getting that bread.
There's my bat cows, the little guys. April 26th of 2022. Anyways, okay, so I don't know. I'm not seeing anything about pricing and stuff, and I don't want to.
Cool.
Close this out. We'll figure it out later. If anybody else knows the price, let me know, please.
So there was a big whale that had a $1.2 billion long on Bitcoin, and then he closed that last night for a $13 million loss. And then he opened up a Bitcoin short today, and then it went up. So this man is losing millions of dollars every single time he tries to trade, and this is why I don't think I don't like to trade, because I think certain things make it hard for people to do that.
Yeah, that's why I would love to short, but you have to keep an eye on the markets like constantly. Same thing if you know you're getting into like a pump and dump. Like you have to. I remember I got into one. It went up a lot. Like it was before I went. It was almost like in my profits. I was almost at like $30,000. Went to sleep, woke up, and it had done the dump. And I'm like, crap. But I did end up with like 12,000. So that's fine.
Hmm.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, there was some else pretty. But yeah, if you're gonna do that, you have to be able to read. Be able to read the market. It's not just the markets. You have to know what's going on in the world. Like anything can happen in the world that would just make things crash. So it's a gamble. You have to be able to know what you're doing, or be okay with what you're losing. Don't put anything in that you're not willing to lose.
It's hard. It's hard.
I was actually talking to a coworker because there's some coworkers, they're in Bitcoin, they're in all these things. We're talking, I think it was on Thursday. Yeah, it was on Thursday. Talking about crypto and things, and then this other girl wasn't into it, and she was just like, she was crazy. She was just saying how it's pretty much she just thinks that you can't cash it out for money. Anyway, so I talked to her, everything. She ended up opening her first Coinbase account, and she bought some Bitcoin.
You're a good salesman, Fam Bam.
It wasn't about selling. It was just explaining. Like, she thought things were a certain way, and I let her know how they were. I didn't tell her, I even told her, I was just like, girl, you ain't going to go do this. I don't even want to know why you're talking to me about it. And then she just sat there right in front of me and was like,
yeah, they tax us everywhere, filthy. You buy, you have a fee. If you sell, you have a fee. You're taxed. It's better just to hold. Yeah, it's true. Hodl to the moon. I don't know when the moon comes,
but see, my coworker that I work directly with, he does does stocks and all these things, and he's told me so many times, like, certain things will go up, he's just like, sell, and I'm like, no. But in January, before everything went crazy, around the same time, I mean, he was in there doing stuff, and then he was just like, I'm out. He's like, because he, whatever was going to happen, I was just like, I'm holding like I always do. Yeah. And what happened? He's got all these profits, and I'm sitting here still. But I just can't. I don't know. It's just because you never know what's going to actually happen.
I think the time to sell will come within the next 6 months for most things, where it's just a big giant. Bitcoin's at like 180, 200, and Ethereum's at like 8K, and then the rest of the market goes, absolutely nuts. I think when that happens, I mean, I have PTSD from last time, so I'm probably going to sell a little too early. But
as long as you're happy with where it's at, that's all that matters.
Yeah. I mean, with my luck, I'll sell some OMI at like 3 cents, and it goes to like 12 cents. I'm like, bah.
Well, dude, you have enough OMI. You'll be fine.
That's true. That's true.
There's always going to be something different. Like, even if OMI goes up to 12 cents, say, and then another 4 years, it goes up to 50 cents. And then you're going to be like, oh, I should have held on another 4 years. You just have to be happy with whatever you decide. Well,
I mean, I might get OMI back again. Like, if it goes to like, 5 cents, and then it goes back to half a penny, that 90%, I'm like, okay, I'll buy it back again, because it takes, like, I have a lot of good stuff now that's primed to do insane numbers, but to go in and in 2 years from now, in the next bear market, build these relationships and not everyone that you interview or not everyone that I speak with is a winner. I have to filter it out. It's a lot of time, it's a lot of work. And granted, it's like, okay, like, that's an easy job. You should be able to do it. It's just, it's a lot. But it's like starting a maze from this beginning, and all of these different combinations of tunnels, is not like, it's just a lot. I get overwhelmed. How do you deal with being overwhelmed sometimes? Because I don't. I don't deal with that too well.
I scroll on social media and watch cat videos. Whatever can make me laugh. That's the good thing. But yeah, so I'll do that at work. That's why I make sure I always try to have my little earbuds, and I'll just scroll on social media. Not scroll, but just like watch videos. They're cool.
I think one of my favorites is like, somebody has this like little like plastic like knife that goes in and out, and he does it against like a litter box, and then he does it against the cat. The cat's like, meow, because it thinks it got stabbed, but it clearly didn't. It's a little plastic thing. Yeah.
You know what? One time I had this old coworker of mine. He was this older man that, like, was in some wars and things. And one day, like, he was by the door when I was leaving, and he was just like, here, and he gives me this pen. And, you know, it's just an ink pen or whatever. And I'm just like, oh, no, you know, I never want to take some people. Anyways, he's like, no, here. And then he shows me, and he takes the pen, and it's a real pen, working pen. Takes it, pulls it apart, and there's a freaking knife in there. And he was just like, because you're a woman, blah, blah, blah. Here you go. Like, freaking pen. I don't know what happened to it, but that was so cool. I never knew that things like that, like, you could just go buy, and it was a like silver metal, you know, pen or whatever. But yeah, you just pull that thing apart. You know, it was a sharp knife too. It wasn't just some little like what are those little things that you get? Whatever. Anyways, no, it was a sharp. Yeah, it was sharp.
My dumbass, when I was like 13, it's my first job at East Village Green Animal Hospital, and so it's not 100% my fault, but also my fault. At the end of like a surgery, one of my jobs was to like clean the packs, like wash the surgical instruments, and like in the scalpel. So there's the base of the scalpel where you like grab it, and then the actual blade. And I was like, how do I like clean this without like fucking up the sponge or like? And they're like, well, you take it out. So I like with my fingers, I go to take it out. I was like, and then this one girl, Chris, is like, are you fucking retarded? I was like, I don't know. And she's like, no, you take the forceps and you it out. I was like, well, you didn't say that. You just said take it out. So I took it out, or I tried to take it out. And anyway, that was my dumb moment as a 13-year-old, and I never did it again. So sometimes you got to let the kid touch the hot stove.
Yes, I'm not a helicopter parent. Sure, I think they need to, you know, but that's because of your own experiences. You know that when have you learned your own lessons is when you've made your mistakes.
Yes.
People can tell you all they want. It doesn't mean anything until you.
Yeah. It's like, it's like drinking. Like you don't feel like when you're a kid and he's like, oh yeah, I feel good. I want to continue feeling good. So you drink more. It's like, no, that's the perfect spot. And then just like, no, I want to feel even better. And then next thing you know, you're in the tub going,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been there.
Happens.
Been there.
Although I'm pretty proud of myself. I haven't puked from drinking in years. It's been a long time. Since my 20s, I think.
Yeah. It was a long time for me too. I did mess up that record about a year and a half ago.
Where was it?
I was with my daughter. We'd never really gone out before, and we were out and we were drinking it up. And yeah, I was sick. But it was fun. Had a good time. And she's like, you are so much fun. And I'm like, I know.
You're an instigator with drinking. You're like, oh
yes.
Yeah.
I'm an instigator anyway. It doesn't matter if it's drinking. I'm just an instigator. I just want people like, I'm always like, do it. Somebody was telling me the other day, they're like, they had a bag of potato chips, like Doritos or whatever. And they're just like, man, I'm so tempted. I was like, eat the whole bag. Just eat it.
I don't. Maybe when I was younger, I was a little bit of an instigator. I don't know about now. Now I feel like I'm pretty chill. Whatever happens.
Yeah. Why have you been drinking today? Since this morning?
Since it's like maybe 3. I should probably see. I was gonna like start going upstairs so I could get a refill. But I probably shouldn't.
I don't know. Are you in that little spot? You're just talking about that sweet spot.
No, I'm not in the spot. Because it's not. If I was in the spot, this comic would be writing itself, but I'm not. So I feel like I need to continue to get to that spot.
How many drinks would it take for you to spill any kind of information that we may ask you?
At least 1 more, probably 2 more. So let's,
Okay, so 3 more. Go for it.
This is what I mean. You're instigator. This is what you do. Okay, hang on. All right, we are going up here. We're going to shut off the light down there, and then the that light. Okay, so we're gonna. Oh, my back. Oh, my other back. Okay, I am. Oh God, I look horrible at this angle.
Whatever. Let's see. I wasn't prepared to be on camera, even though we talked about it yesterday.
Yes,
I forgot
we did.
until you sent me the text. I was like, oh, forgot.
Well, I
my hair's
remember our
done.
conversations, Fam Bam. I remember.
Well, I remembered after I got the text.
Well, the conversations mean enough to me where I don't need a text to remember a conversation. I know, Ralphie. You want to go outside? Okay, there you go, Ralphie. All right, Ralphie is on his way to the outside. Now I'm going. We're going to put my. So, I don't know.
Yes, they are. 3 drinks is it. Singing like Selena.
I got a big bottle. It's huge. Look at its size. Look at its girth.
Drink it. Do it. So that amount, whatever you're pouring in there right now, you said 3 of those?
Well, I put like a half a cup. Honestly, so this is 1.75 liters, and I'm pretty sure this is more than halfway done. I just bought this today. It's like $50.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, chug a lug. Chug a lug. Chug a lug.
All 13. Yeah. I feel like a lot of teens are dumb. 3 drinks it is, and it's sick of. Dude, so I don't. Maybe this is what people think of it. Like more time than I would like to admit. I am watching videos on TikTok of people like doing their like what's that song that one of the most famous Celine Dion songs, like when I touch you like this and I feel you
it's all
like
coming
that.
Back to me now.
Yeah. Gone with the wind, but it's so yeah, I feel like I appreciate good music, and other people just think it's gay, and I was like, nah, fam.
Yeah, I like all kinds of music.
Never seen her in concert though.
Ooh, I got to see her one time, not for a whole concert, but it was my favorite performance. So when I was a kid, I lived in Germany, when I was really young, for a few years. And I remember going with my mom. There was a movie theater we would walk to. And I saw Saturday Night Live, the first one, John Travolta, whatever. So we saw that. It was after, it had been years after it was actually released, but for whatever reason, they're showing it here. And I just remember loving the music. So I always loved Bee Gees. And my mom had this record, and that was one of my good memories, was like listening to the Bee Gees, stuff like that. Anyways. And they were one of the groups that I've always wanted to see. But of course, they've all passed away except for Barry Gibb, the first one. And then it was, I think, 2018 or 2017. One of those, a friend of mine sends me this text of this thing that was going on. So they were doing a Grammy salute to the Bee Gees in LA, and it was being recorded and blah, 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 all this stuff. And the tickets were going on sale in like 30 minutes. So I was like, holy crap. So I go to my boss, and I'm just like, I want to take this. The day that it was taking place was on Valentine's Day. So
Valentine's Day, what year?
Like a Tuesday. I don't know if it was like 2017 or 2018. I know it was like a Tuesday. So my daughter went with me, and so I get there, and what it was Barry Gibb was there. He performed some of the songs, but they also had a lot of other musical artists there performing all the Bee Gees songs. So Celine Dion was one of them. They had Jason Derulo. We had all kinds of people. And John Travolta hosted it. This was like a dream come true for me, because that was something I've loved, and that was something my mom and I shared. And so my daughter went, being able to experience it with my daughter was great. And so there were so many celebrities. Like Stevie Wonder was there. Like Fez from that 70s show was part of one who was hosting it. And it was all televised. It was on TV. But anyways, Celine Dion was there. She was my favorite performance. And that was my favorite. That was amazing. She was really amazing. Even though I did like a lot of other other performances. It was great. It was one of the best experiences I've had.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh,
That's
I know.
fun.
So yeah, Celine Dion's awesome, and now she's not doing too well, which is sad. So,
Oh, what's wrong with her?
oh, you haven't heard? There's a whole thing. She's got something she's not going to recover from. I forget what it's called. Let me Google it up.
She current health condition, private health struggles, stiff person syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
Rare
neurological disorder.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. She's
Oh.
going to come back from that.
I'm gonna put Celine Dion 2025 and see if she's okay. Yeah, I see that has affected her. Oh, poor Celine.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Bay. Oh, she's 50. Honestly, even though I know she's not in the best health, still doesn't look that bad. You know,
Yeah, she was always really skinny and things. I'm just glad that I got to see that performance.
Yeah.
She was right there, and I'm like, oh my god.
I think one of my favorite ones wasn't anyone like crazy famous, but Lindsey Sterling was touring with Amy Lee from Evanescence, and that I was on Lucy when I saw it, and I was with a ex-girlfriend, and that was just chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Good times.
Good times.
I think what I'd want to see before I never saw Green Day live. Like I've seen which is weird because they were like my favorite back in the day, and they've been around the longest. But I've never seen Green Day. I've seen a bunch of others. Who do you want to see live before it's too late?
Well, it was the Bee Gees. That was probably the best I was going to get. Other than that, who I want to see? Does it have to be music?
I guess it doesn't have to be.
If I could meet anyone, oh gosh, you know what? There's so many people for different reasons. I can never make up my mind on. I always have a favorite for different reasons.
Yeah.
Christopher Walken's amazing. I love him. Dolly Parton.
Oh, Dolly, I love her, dude. She still looks amazing. Like she still looks.
Yeah.
Is she married?
Yes.
You know, good for her.
But that's one of the things she's always. Did he pass away recently?
No, let's check it. Let's check it out, dude. She's 79.
Yeah.
And bro, I oh my god, there's no way.
Yeah,
like,
he passed away.
Oh damn. Recently. Oh yeah, he passed away super recently this year.
Mm-hmm.
So did Aubrey Plaza's husband, and he was like really young.
Oh yes, hold on? Is that who I'm thinking of? Dude, yeah, I feel bad. I was actually just thinking about her yesterday, because she's never really been married. I always hate, when people finally find their person.
Yeah.
And then something happens like that. That's sad. I had a friend like that in high school. Like he was, very good looking guy, very popular, all the things, and just everything good. And so of course, when a lot of times when guys are like that, they don't settle down. Well, anyways, he did finally find this woman, settled down. They had a little girl, and then he went to the doctor with some issues, and they found out he had cancer. 2 weeks later, he was gone.
See, that is what worries me as a guy. I feel like guys tend to men that are married tend to live longer because the women be like, hey, you're fucking go to the fucking doctor. And especially as a single guy, I was like, I'm fine. So for me, when I went to the VA the other day, it was super bad. And I was like, so in the CT scan, they checked what, the spine and stuff. But I was like, oh man, what if they find something and it's not and it's not having to do with the spine? What if they find a bunch of tumors everywhere? And what if they find years of drinking and years of working in this animal hospital, doing this radiation stuff, and didn't have a perfect. Oh God, my plate. Oh God. Okay, well, Ralphie got some free crumbs.
That was your drink.
No, the drink is fine, but Ralphie got some free crumbs. There you go, Ralphie. Get that bread. Got to see Yul Brynner in The King and I in the 80s. Well, that's my wife's statement by making doctors. See, exactly what I mean. This is good for you.
Yeah.
Good.
But then you have the ones that still don't go. Like my brother, he had headaches and everything. His wife was telling him to go to the doctor. He didn't go. And he had an aneurysm and he died.
God damn.
Mm-hmm.
What? So he had like headaches and like migraines and stuff, and it just was
Over the past few days. Yeah.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I do you know what the ice pick headaches are?
Do I know? I don't know if I've heard of that one.
So they're crazy intense, but they're only intense for like 6 seconds, where they're like you would just stop whatever you're doing.
Oh
so
yeah,
painful.
I would say I've had those. Yeah, I've had those.
So
I didn't know the name.
like a month ago, for like 3 days, like I got those like multiple times during those 3 days, and I was just like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. And then they just went away. Like I've had those before. Like I would have them like a couple times per year, and then I had them like 30 times in like 3 days, and I was like, I don't know. I thought I was just I thought it was it. I thought I was done for, and then they just went away. Like
that's cool. I know there's one that they say men get them more than women. It's called cluster headaches. I think it's like behind your eye or whatever. And they say that some men can't take it and they end things.
I've heard about that, where it's like it reaches like a nerve, and it's like so painful that Well, I'm curious, how often does your wife like hold that over you? Be like, I saved your life. Do the fucking dishes. Like I saved, like mow the lawn. You know, like I'm curious on how, like rub my feet. You know, you owe me another kid now. I was like, oh, all right.
That reminds me. So just because it's a line in the movie, I watched Lethal Weapon again today. Haven't seen it in forever, and I forgot how good of a movie that is. That's a good movie. So
it was a great movie.
Yeah.
Every now and then I see like, they're remaking Lethal Weapon 5, and when I went to like a buddy of mine like earlier this year, it's like, bro, they're making a Lethal Weapon 5, and he's like, Chavez, no. I was like, no, like they just said. I was like, no, they've said this multiple times, Chavez, and I get my hopes up every time. And he was like so jaded. I was like, damn, sorry, bro.
I don't think I'd want a Lethal Weapon 5. So yeah, it's funny because I was thinking one of the other reasons I was let me see 5. Let me search this up. Are they gonna do one? There will be has offered the first update on the film 1 year after writer was brought on, blah blah blah. I don't know. But anyways, because I always liked what's his name? Crap.
You always like.
It's just right there. Y'all know the freaking actor.
The Mel Gibson, Danny Glover.
Yeah, Mel Gibson. There you go. Mel Gibson. I love his acting. He's always in all of his movies, he loses a wife or a child or whatever, and he's always crying, and he does it really well. And then the way he just acts and just all of it, and I'm like, but then you find out later he really is crazy.
Yeah. I think there's that line though where like, hey, this person's good, but it's because they went a little mad. Like that line between madness and greatness is very thin, and it's often blurred. And that's how, like, so there was this story I read, thinking about it now, I don't know if it was real, where this lady, every time, like her life was horrible. she was abused as a kid. She was in an orphanage, and the orphanage abuse, and she would create this like incredible art through like the pain like that she had, and then at the end of like the story, she had and she wasn't like old. She was like 40s, and but she hadn't created anything in a while because her life was good. Her, you know, she had a husband, she had kids, she had money, and then she had like this house fire, and then the kids unfortunately passed away, and then she created this thing, whatever piece of art that it was, and then it sells for like a record like $8 million or whatever, and then she like lights it on fire, and she's like, and they're like, what is this, like part of it? And she's like, it was mine to destroy, and that's like the same words that was said like at the fire, like after like the kids didn't make it, like it was mine to destroy, and they just deemed it as like she had lack of oxygen because she was inhaling the smoke. But then it was like, oh, did she like do this to her kids so that she could create something like that? And it was just a wild like story. I don't know if it was like psychosis, but I don't know, that strange thing with art and paint, like that starving artists, like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's what, maybe I need to just like get like attacked by a bunch of coyotes, and then the space penguin story is going to be the greatest thing in the world.
Well, you've been doing a lot of writing, so it's understandable that hey, wheels, baby wheels. It's understandable that, you know, it's called writer's block. Everybody goes through it in a different way, even if they're not a writer. If you're just a creator in any kind of way, you're gonna come across. But don't worry, you'll wake up one morning and it's just gonna pop in your head. So just don't force it.
Did any of your kids ever watch Rugrats?
Yes.
Did they ever watch All Grown Up? It's the
Don't
like a
think
later
so.
version of the Rugrats. It was like Rugrats in like the 2000s era.
I don't think so.
It was pretty bad, but there was this one episode where so when they're all grown up, they're like 11, 12, 13, whatever. There's an episode where Dill is like the crazy creative one, but each of the kids was like, "Hey, Dill, I need something creative for this project," and he does it. And then, you know, he was always like the weird and crazy and creative one, but then his grandpa asked him like, "Hey, what you experimenting on this week?" And Dill's like, walking forwards, dressing normally, and then the dad was, or the grandpa was just like, "Oh, why?" It's like, I've been, everyone like kind of tolerated my creativeness for a time, but now they're expecting it, and I feel like, and the grandpa's, "Oh, so they're taking the Dill right out of you." So maybe these other stories are taking the Randy out of me. I don't know. Maybe.
Like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not crazy. It's just normal in a crazy world. Maybe. There was a line.
There is no normal.
That's true. What is normal? What is there's a line. I forget what it was, big in when I was in like middle school. Where it was like this. It was like a line in this drawing of this girl that's in like these, like kind of like a gothic girl or like a emo girl.
Mm-hmm.
And then she says like they laugh at me because I'm different, but I laugh at them because they're all the same. And I was like, oh, that's pretty clever.
Yeah.
But then I felt like that was like a coping thing that like the weird kids kind of said. So I was like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Well, Mr. MC1, we O'Malley got the Avengers 1963 number 1967.
OBO got a gold logo.
Yeah, I know. I'm so happy for. I haven't seen her in the Telegram group yet, but I'm waiting.
Oh my god, I'm so happy for her. That's so cool.
I love her so much.
Me too. I love seeing them all getting together. I love the OMI homies, and they got to meet her in the videos. Like, oh my god, I want to meet her so bad.
You want to what?
I want to meet her so bad.
Oh yeah, same. Yeah, she's pretty awesome.
The VeVe gold logo. She's level 100 and also got the
Yeah, he looks so happy in that picture.
Congratulations.
Let me find it. Where's the? He's just like, he looks so
Aw.
happy.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah, he looks pretty great. The gold logo. I didn't know they had more gold logos to give. I thought the gold logo.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. Like
We've been
they
saying
always,
that for a while. Every time they give one out, we're like, hey, I thought they didn't have any more. So I don't know how many they have.
That's true. That's true. So, help me out here. If you were a penguin, what type of rock would have to be given to you? Would it have to be smooth? Would it be jagged? Would it be like an emerald? Would it be what type of rock would make you say yes to a perspective mate?
It'd have to be smooth. They say bam bam new spot or hit the jackpot. What? Dude, that's got about it. Like, I've been cleaning house all day. But thank you. What was I gonna say? Okay, it would have to be smooth. It would have to be colorful. Yeah, I would say multicolor swirl type, smooth, shiny rock.
Smooth shine. Okay, cool. So now I know. Now I know that. I was hoping that would trigger something for the story. It didn't.
Well, we're gonna put it into a ring. There you go. There's your
okay. There's
Thank you, Mr. MC1.
Yeah, we love him. He's the best. I love him. He's gonna have a cross line where somebody's gonna owe part of the channel soon, and he hasn't. He hasn't. And we'll introduce them. We'll go in and we'll have or maybe we won't. Maybe that person will stay steady. They'll stay under the radar. We'll see. We'll see that. So there's I've been wanting to go to, and I know we're gonna go to Vegas in November, but a buddy of mine called me the other day. It's like, hey, can we go to Vegas soon? And we were thinking like late June. And then a buddy of mine like has a wedding. I was like, oh, can we do the week before that? And then we're like, okay, can we do like early June in like 2 weeks? And then my back is probably not going to be good for that, because I only start treatments like the second week of June. So it's like the first week of June, I'm just not gonna have a good time. Like I can't be going to a strip club when my back is on the fritz, you know?
Why? What do you do at the strip clubs? This doesn't do anything to your back.
No. Well, I mean, because we spent 2 hours downstairs ish, and then the alcohol was up here. So yes, this is a new location.
Yay!
Yeah, that's my boys in the back. That's my no. I'm joking.
I know who one of them is.
Yeah, it's Ernie, and that's Vegas Matt is the other one. He's
okay.
So I don't know what it is. This is okay. Does your son ever watch other people play video games?
Yes.
Okay, so I love that. I love, like, on TikTok or wherever, I love watching other people like speed run or play a game, because the skill to do what they do. Like, am I Jesse Pinkman in Breaking Bad? Because that's art, Mr. White. Like that is such a special skill, and it's like a privilege to see in real time. But in that same breath, what me and Ernie do sometimes, we watch Vegas Matt, who puts in like $10,000 into like a slot, and he plays like $100 pulls, and it was like, oh, what's he gonna do? What's he gonna get? And we watch him get these bonuses. It's like the older version of watching people play video games, like for kids. Like that's just what we, yeah.
Yeah.
No, don't believe Filthy's lies. It's a lie. What's up, dude? Crypto? Yeah.
He came out to us.
Oh,
about
God.
an hour
Okay.
ago.
There was this girl I dated that so it's kind of a sad story, but it's funny at the same time. She had conservative parents, and like I don't know what it is where the parents try to inculcate something in the kids, and suddenly the kids do the exact opposite of what the parents try to make them do. So she was like the one that kind of like, okay, yeah, conservative, okay, let's go in the military, let's do this, support Republic. And her brother wound up being a gay art dealer, and her sister was a closeted gay that was she tried to pretend to be like super like ultra conservative, but then like one night like at college she got drunk and somebody had just like the gay pride flag like out on the whatever, and she took it because she wanted to like hang it in her room, but she got caught, and it was like a hate crime. So instead of admitting, like instead of saying like I'm bi or I'm gay, like or whatever, and this is why I did it, like she just says like, "Yep, hate him." And I was
Oh, that's too funny.
so instead of coming out to her parent, now she's got a record.
That's too funny.
So that tells you. So well, it's not my like he has the cross. Actually, I have it on my YouTube Shorts. We're gonna pull this up. And he turns 60 this year, so I might go to India for his 60th birthday. Hold on. Indian royalty enjoys the.
When you have expectations and the expectations don't get fulfilled, then that's something which yeah, you have got good biceps. I know that.
Oh, I was stretching. My shoulder hurt. So.
Okay. I was looking at your biceps. Anyway, not mine. So, I'm the least expecting.
That I have been living off that high. Like I don't know what is. Fam Bam, have you ever like done something or like received a compliment and you were just like on cloud nine for like days or months after that?
Gosh, I'm sure I have. Yes.
What was it?
No.
Compliment like your parenting skills, or I think I know. Well, something that made me. I don't even know if we told you about it, but when me and Taps couldn't get open like the Pepto-Bismol and Vegas,
Yes.
and so we're like, and he's like, and you just, and we're like, fuck, and you're just like, I'm a mom, and we're just like so that was the craziest Fam Bam lore that was dropped, I think, like ever, because yeah, it was wild. Do we have some deep questions here? Yeah, okay. We can do a deep question. Fam Bam. Well, we'll do this deep one. How has your opinion of love changed going from a girl to a married woman, having kids, to a single woman? How do you define love at this stage in your life?
Oh my gosh. Okay. You do a lot of learning when you grow up. And I think now, where I'm at right now, I am very happy with just me, who I am. And I am not willing to accept anything except like nobody bringing stress into my life, nobody bringing all this stuff. Like I am happy. And if you're going to join that, you're going to complement the happiness. There is no stress. Like, I mean, of course, we all have stress. We all have, bad times. But just there are just so many people that like are negative or bring you down. Like, I don't want to go into anything about because I don't know if they would be watching. I don't think he'd be watching. But the relationship I was really in last time was just, but I'd have to go into the whole story, and it's not my business to tell. But at the same time, it was like, you try to be there for people, because it's supposed to be just a temporary thing, and then it ends up just not being, it just grows with that person instead of getting better. And I'm just not willing to accept any of that stuff. So I think love would be like somebody that compliments, you both have the happiness, you help each other. It's a 50-50 thing. I don't know. That's what to me love would be.
I feel like we're each other's. I think I called you like 3 times today. Sorry about that. But I feel like we call each other a lot just to talk about stuff and through that.
It's just funny that whenever you call, like I don't even. It's just like hello, and you're just like, I was just over there. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. So when I call. So for those of you that were not the NSA or on this conversation, I called Fam Bam like 9 hours ago, 8 hours ago, whatever it was, and I was like, Pam, I came back from because I wanted to buy this massive bottle of alcohol, and I was like, there was a squirrel in the yard, and you laughed because you're like, where's this going? Where's this going, Randy?
Oh, it's just the whole description of the squirrel, and it's just I'm like, oh, I told him you're turning into Snow White on us. All the little animals just come to you.
Yeah, there was a squirrel that it was going into like where the ducks hang out, and I was like, squirrel, and like it didn't acknowledge my like
sup.
Yeah, I was like squirrel, and it just it like it may or may not have heard me. So instead of saying like the second time I said squirrel, I didn't say squirrel, I said, and because when Ernie's gone, I what's that called where you go inward, where you like regress into like this caveman type person, because I don't like talk to people. So because like there's self-checkout at the fucking the grocery store, so I don't talk to I talked to Ralphie. So I was literally on the floor talking. I was like, Ralphie, what, you were a penguin, what type of story would you want to tell? Tell me, help me help you. Anyway, so I like grunt at the squirrel, and then it heard me then. And then as I go onto the bridge that it's under, it runs, but it doesn't like run up a tree. It goes to like the base of a tree, and because my back is all messed up, I walk to it, and I was like, and then it looks at me, and its eyes get wide, and then it runs to another tree, and I keep walking, and I feel like the brown Michael Myers, where I'm just like, and then eventually it hopped the fence. Anyway, so we call each other a lot, and because of that, I feel like I sometimes hear about certain things that go on in your life, and there's one that I was curious about from a few years ago, where it seemed like you had this mystery guy, and it seemed like you liked him, it seemed like he liked you, and then one day I was like asked about it. It's like, oh yeah, that ended. I was like, what? But this was like, for months, man. It's and then suddenly you just like you shoulder shrug it. What was wrong with that guy? I never got an answer.
Depends on what. Well, like I said, I'm happy, and if I feel like, not that I would just cut people off immediately on anything, but it's more like if you see a pattern, or and it's something that like I don't like inconsistency. That's one big thing. Things like that. Just so I'm sure it was something like that went along with that.
Gotcha.
If I'm thinking of the same person. But yeah, if it's that one person I'm thinking of, then yeah, there was definitely inconsistency, and like there was a back and forth thing. And then there was one day where it was like, I wanted to have a conversation.
Yeah.
And then they were like, well, so I just said like, are you busy or whatever? I'm like, oh, I'm out right now. But let's go out tomorrow. And I wasn't trying to go out. I was trying to have a conversation, but I was just like, okay, I'm going to have a conversation in person. But then some other things had come up, and like he was still trying to go out, whatever. And I was just like, no, I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. And then it just turned into them telling me like, no, that's not the way this is, about this and that, blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, no, sorry, but it doesn't matter if that's not your intention, but that's what keeps happening. So I'm done. I'm done here. And they're just like, no, they're like, not like, because they were going like on vacation or whatever. And they were just like, well, hey, let's just take, a minute, like, and talk again when we're not upset or whatever. And I was just like, no, like, this is me. This is like, this is done.
Yeah.
And they're just like, I don't know. And I just stopped responding.
Damn. Gotcha.
But it's not like I just, there's always conversations beforehand.
Of course.
So, yeah.
How did I meet the prince? I think it was through Amar, the guy Amar that wanted to do the Amar gallery that's called Utility. But he had a very hard time getting a fiat on-ramp for his stuff. And I think I just met him through Twitter through Amar. Amar Singh was his name. And I forget who followed each other first. And then I just shot him a message. I was like, hey, I like what you do, where you do a lot of charity stuff. Would you want to come on the podcast? It's the first openly gay prince in India. I have a lot of political things, and I'd love to get you on. And he said yes. And I was like, heckin' awesome. And so we talk every now and then. He's a cool dude. He's going to turn 60 this year, so hopefully we get to party in India. And I have some fine silky linen vagina. Well, maybe. There's a buddy of mine that who's from India, and he's like, wait, like, like a prince? I was like, well, like, I've never met him, but yeah, he's been on the podcast, and we text every now and then. And he's like, Randy, could you take me with you when you go? I was like, well, I didn't, I didn't ask if I could bring guests, but he's got this whole palace. Like, yeah, I'm sure. And he's like, I won't take up much room. I will stand in the corner. And I was like, okay. So I guess it's a fun thing over there. He was cool. Anyway, a lot of times it's been said that, especially for like dog parents, where they say like, oh, it's observed that I rescued him, but he really rescued me, because a lot of times they learn about that. But obviously, as a parent, you have to teach most, if not all, of what you know to your offspring. But what has your offspring taught you? What are some of the most important lessons that you learned because of the interactions you've had with your kin?
Well, I think it's different because, when they're little kids and you are the boss. You decide what they're going to wear, how their hair is going to be. You decide everything. As they grow, they start making their own decisions, and it doesn't matter who they were as these little people. They're different. I mean, they have a lot of similarities from being a kid, but like one of my daughters, like, she was such a, like, everything pink, everything, but she hit puberty and it was everything black. But she's, inside, she's a great person, all that stuff. But
Yeah.
So I think they teach because they don't always turn out as you think they're going to turn out, and you learn to accept these people that you created, and that they are unique, and they've gotten personality, they've got, genes, all the stuff from not just the father and the mother, but there are, down the line things that, so like, what was it? I think it was yesterday, or the day before, I was on Facebook, and my girl's grandmother had posted a picture of one of my daughters, and I was just looking at her, and and I was just like, that's my daughter. Like, that is my baby. Like, when they're grown, it's just a different feeling. It's a different, and it's just weird. And it's just like that's my baby. That's my daughter. I was just looking at her, I was like, she's so cute. But
you still see them as cute when they're like adults and they're like fully grown people.
Yeah. Like, she's got this little nose and these little freckles and everything. And I'm like, oh. But yeah, I still look at them like that. Yeah, definitely. and they know it. And I still joke, like, you know, they're adults, and on like social media or whatever, if one of my daughters makes some post or whatever, and their friends are in there and they're just like, oh shit, blah, blah, blah. And I come in, I was like, excuse me? And she's like, that's my mom. I'm like, yo, watch your language. And they're just like, yes, ma'am. And even now, like if we're together and she just says a bad word or whatever, I'm just like, excuse me? You know, so we just have that thing that we do.
There was this girl I dated years back, and you know, we went to the show at this place called Mulcahy's. They were out till like 3 a.m, and we decided to go to Denny's when we're drunk as shit at Denny's at like 3:30, 4 a.m. And her mom was a waitress at Denny's, and I guess she like forgot. So we're all like 22-ish at this point, and then like she like scolds us, and she's just like, what are you doing? It is 4 a.m. and you're drunk and you're in this establishment, and I felt like I was in high school again. I was like, and she wasn't even yelling at me, like she didn't even give a fudge about me. You know, she was. So yeah, I feel like parents always have that. Always have that little.
But mine's jokingly, because I know it doesn't matter what I say; they're gonna do what they're gonna do. And they're
we straight up
adults,
got scolded.
Yeah, no. If that was me, I wouldn't have scolded my child. I would have definitely been like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And I'd be like, "Are you drunk? Are you drunk right now?"
There was this one guy, I forget his name. He was a tech sergeant when I was just like an airman basic at my first duty station, and he was cool. Like he didn't really care about rank. He just talked to you as like a person or like a people. And he was this cool black dude, and he was just like, "Hey, Evan Chavez, what are you getting up to this weekend?" And I was like, I don't know. I'm gonna go for like a run around base, and I'm gonna like see where everything is. And he's like, that's a good idea. Like what I did last weekend is like, you know, he went to like his dad's. It's like, you know, my dad, like, you know, he had all this stuff, you know, he's trying to give away, making room for a garage. He wants to start working on cars and stuff. So, you know, he says like, oh, you know, take this drone. It's like, oh, well, fuck, you know, I got a whole ass drone. And he goes on for a little while, and then he says like, you know, like I was watching your son the other day, my grandson, and he didn't know how to tie his shoes. And he's going to his dad's like, you know, Dad, you know, he's like 4 years old. He's like, he should know how to tie his shoes. And it's your job to teach him that. And you didn't teach him that. And he's like, here I am, you know, like 35 years old, getting scolded by my dad. And I was like, damn, I didn't know that was, yeah. It just seems like rough, like fuck, it never ends. It never ends, man. Like the slow times, real talk. Yeah. I don't know. So how old is your daughter now? She's in her, I know she's in her 20s, right? Late 20s?
Which one?
Daughter's 21?
No, I said which one.
Oh, the oldest one.
No, we're not going to talk about that. I don't. Yeah, late 20s.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, like how is, like, I don't know if she has a serious boyfriend or anything, but like the opportunity, like Tammy is like a grandma like 4 times over by now. Like she's got, you know, she's used to it. You know, she's been a grandma for like a decade. But you have not had that pleasure yet. How would you? So Vegas Matt in the back, I saw on a YouTube stream the other day, and he's just like, yeah, I'm trying to get the kids to move to Vegas because I want the grandkid near me. You know, the grandkid should be near the grand. How would you feel about her having a offspring of her own, and how would you want her to move closer to you, or is she close enough already?
I gotta show you something first. Let me.
Oh yeah, show me. Meow, 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 meow.
Man, time flies.
It does. Especially when we're getting that bread.
Yay.
And we're Ralph. I don't know if you hear that in the background.
I hear something.
likes to bark at things.
Dang it.
My friend buys daCAT with money he can't afford to lose. That is great. It's great.
Oh,
Good.
What? With money he can afford to lose or
He can't afford to lose.
Oh Lord. Dang it. Now I'm over here trying to find this. I can't find it.
What are you trying to find? What are you trying to show me? I want to know. You ought to know.
Gosh darn it. That is weird. Okay, I know that was there. All right, I know I'm going to find it here. And then I will answer your question.
Okay.
Gosh darn it. I'm sorry.
Language.
But it yeah. There it is.
Oh,
that is my granddaughter, Randy.
That's your granddaughter?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Wait, really?
Yes, 100%.
No,
That's when we were just in Vegas, and my family came out to surprise me.
Explain how that's your granddaughter.
My daughter had a baby.
How old is she?
She is 11.
I thought that was your daughter for a second. I'll just spit up a little bit.
She looks just like a lot like my daughter.
Oh, so you are a grandma.
I know, and I know I've told you this, so that's why you're like, you're not a grandmother, and I'm like, let me show you something.
I had zero idea, or I guess I knew and I forgot. But did you tell me when I was drunk?
I don't know. You're always drunk, Randy. But I feel like you're busy you're all over the place, and like it's hard to keep everything straight.
Yeah, there's a lot of info flowing in the brain. Thankfully, I've never spilt any secrets. So I feel like people, maybe that's why people like are okay with like opening up to me, and they tell me just like because yeah, dude. So my friend Chris back in the day, he was I don't want to say he pushed the boundaries of what you should or shouldn't do. As a youngin, he was adopted, always gave his adopted parents. And now, granted, I gave my adopted parents a very hard time as well, but for very different reasons. He was wild child. So when he was like 15, 16, he like hitchhiked to like upstate New York. He lived on a farm for a while. That's your baby?
That's my baby. Hold on, oh, I see. Sorry, he had to show me something.
Oh, okay. What did he show you?
No, I see it. The cat. So those tower fans? No. He tied, I guess my son got a piece of napkin and kind of tied it where it's like on the fan, and the cat is very curious. She's
so while he was hitchhiking, he lived on like a farm for a bit. So he said that like the people that would like pick him up, and thankfully, well, actually one dude asked him if he was nice about it. And again, he was like 15, but he asked him, he's like, do you want a blowjob? And I was like, bro, like, how did you not like bust out of the car moving 50 miles an hour at that point? And he's just like he asked, like, he wasn't like forceful about it. And I turned it down. I was like, but he said like on some of his things, just like the confessions, and he told me a bunch of confessions that these people would like pick up, but two of them got me fucked up. One of them is this one dude boinked his sister for like a summer when like he was back from college, and like the parents were always like working whatever, and I was like, and then he said another dude that had he had a sister too, but he didn't do the deed. He didn't. But there was another dude that was blanking her, and he beat on her, and it's just like, I shot that dude with my shotgun 6 times. He's dead and buried. And I was like, dude, people like confess to like murder, like, because when you're picking up this, especially in like the mid 2000s, when like the cell phones weren't that great and internet, like nobody was posting on Instagram or TikTok. That shit didn't exist back then. But he said like the people that and he said there was a bunch of confessions, like people like towards the end of the line, they would just tell him stuff. And he told me a lot of it, but those two were the things. And I was like, people's secrets are wild. And they just like, I don't know. My biggest secret might be just like, I might be illegal. Like, I don't know. That would be it. Like, I don't know. Like, what would you, if you picked up this nice kid, guy, girl, whatever, and that you were on a road trip and they were going to Vegas, wherever they were going, like, what would be the most that you would tell them? What would be like, if you had to like just drop all of your lore, drop all of like this one time.
Well, that's funny. So that's actually how I met my best friend.
Oh, well, how, hitchhiking?
I love this. No, it wasn't hitchhiking, but I didn't really know her. So she was dating a guy that I was friends with. And, there's a whole thing with girls or whatever. Anyway, so it was my roommate at the time, and we're out and we see the guy, he's with the girl, and, we just say hi or whatever, but, he introduces us, but we don't stick around because, we don't want her to get, think like there's anything, because girls can be catty and whatever. And we're just like, okay, whatever. That was it. And then, I don't know how much longer later it was, maybe a few weeks or whatever. Same girl and I are out at this other place, and we run into her, and we just had like a really brief conversation of just like, oh, hey, I remember you, kind of thing, and just like, that was it. And then, I don't know how many, it was probably months later. We always in Texas, Memorial Weekend, which is right now actually. And then there's Labor Day weekend. We would always go to the river in New Braunfels. We would get condos and things. And pretty much when you go there, like the whole area I was kind of from, you see all those same people like 4 hours away, like floating the river. Anyways, all this stuff. We'd always plan it and everything. And so this one year, I knew it was happening, but there was, I can't remember what I had going on. And I didn't really like look into it that year, or like pay what. Anyways, the guy ends up calling me, and he's telling me that he's like, hey, are you, oh, no. He didn't call me. She called me. So he gave her my number, and she was just like, hey, it's so-so. Like, I'll tell you, her name's Jackie. She's like, hey, it's Jackie. I don't know if you remember me. Like, so-and-so gave me your phone number. He was saying that you're going to, New Braunfels, and if I could ride with you. And I was like, well, I wasn't planning on going. Like, I didn't pay my money. I didn't even talk to them about it. And this was the day of. And she's like, well, cause pretty much he wanted her there. Right. And so he was just like, oh, she's going. So bring my girl kind of thing. So anyway, so we talked, and I was just like, well, let me see if my girl's grandparents will like watch the girl, whatever. And she took them, and I'm like, all right, let's go. Let's just go get in the car. Because that's what he was saying. He was like, you don't have to pay any money. He's like, just get her over here. And I'm like, all right, let's go. So we just got in the car and drove for like 4 hours. And we completely hit it off. Like, we talked about everything and just had the best time. And then, we were there for a few days in New Braunfels, and went out and just like, and we're still best friends now. And that was back, let's say 2001, 2002, something like that.
Damn. So I was very small. That is That was a while ago.
But that's how I made my best. Yeah, we just talked about everything. It was just one of those things where we just hit it off.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I feel like that's more special for girls because guys kind of just like we vibe with it. Like as long as everyone's like chill, like we don't even have to talk that much. We just be like playing video games or just like watch a movie. Yeah, I feel like girls bonds, especially like the bonds from like there's an episode of Sex in the City where Carrie's friends are talking to Mr. Big about, you know, like marriage, and they were like kind of like feeling him out, be like, hey, where do you think you are in Carrie's life? And he's just like, listen, you girls are the loves of her life, and a guy's just lucky enough to come in fourth. And I don't know, like I don't know. I feel like the girls' relationships when they're like that are special, because guys' relationships are like we understand when goes from best friends to, hey, I kind of have this girl now, and you know, I'm gonna start this family, and I feel like when girls have that, the guy always comes second, and it's never even when it is like the family, like oh hey, when I started dating you, I didn't know I'd be dating your friends. Like, you know, I've dated a few of those girls, and it's and it's maybe I'm a little jealous.
Yeah,
I'm a little jealous of that.
yeah, we do have that type of thing where her husband sees me, knows I'm meeting up with them. He's like, this is about to be wild.
Yeah, I bet.
And he's just like, you think she's bad? Get these two together. And we're always picking on him or whatever. But yeah.
Who's the worst influence? Is it you or her?
Ooh, see, toss up. I don't know. It depends on what's going on. But she's the only person I've ever met in my life that understands certain things. Like that there's just things you can talk to people about, and they're just like, oh, that's this. And it's just like, you know, and she was the only one that I've ever spoke to that understands exactly where I'm coming from. So that was automatically a connection there too. There's just things that we just share that, I don't know. She's amazing. She's the best. And we get along great. And anytime I feel like, man, I just need to laugh. So like, I'm like, you need to call me, whatever. And it doesn't have to be about anything. I'm just like, we just start talking and we will just crack up about everything and just have a good time. But yeah, we are very silly. We are like, we have our own thing, you know, that, you know, just the looks you give each other in a crowded place. But maybe I'm the instigator because she's definitely like, we'll give the look and she'll be like, don't. she'll be like, don't. And then it's all downhill from there.
I've seen those memes where it's like when you're in a super serious situation and your best friend gives you this look. I hate that because they don't need to say anything. Just need to look at you.
Yeah, it could be something that somebody just said, like that makes no sense, but we see the silliness that only she would understand, that I would, you know. So if something happens right here that everybody else is just having a conversation, they're just like, but you know, we look at each other and she's just like, but then it's down, like I said, downhill from there. We'll like,
I'd love to meet her one day. I would love to go.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
She's amazing.
How far away does she live from you?
She's in Texas.
Well, how far away in Texas? Because Texas is a long state.
Houston. Not in Houston, like on the outskirts of Houston.
So it would not like really drivable. Like you would fly for the.
Yeah. Have to fly. For sure. So a lot of times when we see each other again, we meet up in Vegas. We'll just do that and have a little, like, we've had the best times.
Was she there for your family birthday reunion thing?
No, my daughter did tell her, but she had already had some other things going on. She had another trip that she was going on at the time. But I told her, I was just like, hey, it's good that you weren't there. I was like, this is all family stuff. And I was like, we wouldn't have been able to do our thing like we normally do. So it was a good thing.
So speaking of that, how did the rest of Tina's birthday go? Like how did you, like, I know there's a couple of VeVe peeps there, but you were there as like a 50s lady with hair all done, and yeah. How'd the rest of that go?
Oh, it was fun. So yeah, so I was on the phone with you for a couple of hours, so I wasn't able to enjoy things. I was like, man, no, I was able to enjoy. I wasn't able to enjoy the other people that were there at the party itself. You were great. Y'all are great. But and I was just like, man, people are probably like, who is this girl just like on her phone for like hours and just talking to other people? Like, anyways. So after I got off the phone, yeah, I ran over there with Tina and the girls. We were dancing and having fun, laughing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a message. Anyway, that's cool. I wish I could have been there, but hopefully, I mean, I'll definitely see him in New York. Everyone's pretty excited about that, and then Vegas as well. That'll be good times.
Yeah.
Tammy asked me that. I remember you dressed up as Lady Death, like X amount of years ago. Are we going to cosplay in New York?
Not me.
No.
No, I had a Hella costume that I used.
Yeah, that's Lady Death.
Yeah.
Hella is.
I took it to San Diego Comic Con the first time. I didn't use it. I did use it at Heather's Halloween party. But no, I don't want to dress up at the Comic Con.
Okay.
Yeah, women are always like wearing all this tight fitting, like whatever. I just rather be me.
I feel like if my back gets better, I start getting my treatments in mid-June. So maybe by August I can start working out again. So maybe by October I can get that bread. So we'll see. We shall see.
What do you mean?
Like maybe I can dress up, and I could look, okay enough to dress up, because I cannot dress up now.
Well, it depends on what you want to be. You can dress up as anytime you want.
I mean, I guess I can dress up as the Blob, but
you need to stop. What I tell you, every time you put yourself down, you have to give me 5 million OMI.
I did not agree to this.
Yes, it was like a year ago.
Did I? Was I under the?
No, I think I just told it to you.
Maybe.
Stop talking bad about yourself.
It's so like, you ever see Zach and Miri make a porno?
No.
Oh, such a good movie. So Zach and Miri are like destitute. Like they are behind on their bills, but they're like living together, and they're trying to, scrape together their both incomes to like survive. And they go to their like high school reunion, and they're like the least successful people there. And they're like, but we're still better than them. Like, yeah, we're totally better than them. Like, so I feel like even though I might put myself down a little bit, it's only because I feel like at my peak, I'm just a top physical condition, top amazing person. And just when I'm just down like this, I feel not great, feel it. Like when Patrick, he tells SpongeBob, it's like, I was one of the beautiful people, because like he caught the ugly, and then SpongeBob says like, remember, there's power in pride, and then Patrick's like, that's easy for you to say. I was one of the beautiful people. Is anybody that SpongeBob was ugly as fuck? God, I love Nickelodeon back in the day. What was your childhood's like Nickelodeon? Was it like Alf? Was it like what?
I don't know. It's funny. I think as a kids, we just watched everything. Like there was all kinds of cartoons. Alf was like a sitcom. That was like a Friday night 30-minute TV show type thing. But watched a lot of different things. Smurfs.
Smurfs, dude. When I was I think this is where the autism started. So showing signs is whenever I watch like a show, and I think it was Cartoon Network back in the day. It had like the oldies, like Boomerang type stuff. Like it had Flintstones, it had Jetsons, it had Smurfs, and anything that was a Hanna-Barbera production was just gold. Like whenever, like at the end of like Hanna-Barbera production, and I was like, oh, like it was good. Like Jerry Bruckheimer films, like it's gonna be good. So there was this one time I got like I forget, maybe it was like Johnny Quest or it was like whatever it was. At the end, it said it's Hanna-Barbera production, and I remember like I didn't know this was Hanna-Barbera production, and then like the parents just like laughed at me. They're like, "Oh, he doesn't know what he said." I was like, "No, like there's a pattern. Like it's really good," and like they didn't understand. They didn't get it. Hi, Ralphie, you're back. You're back. How's outside? Is it good? Sorry. But yeah, so I was on Instagram like a month ago, and it was like the last season or the last scene of like Alf, like the TV show, and I don't know why I watched it, but I watched it, and I was like, oh, they left the show on a freaking cliffhanger, and because it was like, the aliens came back to like pick Alf up, and the cops are going there, and the aliens don't pick up Alf, and they like arrest Alf, and I was like, they left it on this. So I go to the comments, and the comments are like, yeah, this was kind of rough, but a few years later, they did a movie. So I like bought the movie for like $3 because I had to know how it fucking ended. And the
See,
movie
I didn't even
trash.
remember that ending.
Movie was trash, but at the I kind of just skipped to the end, and I was like, okay, he chooses to stay with Earth. Spoilers if you haven't been alive for the last 40 years. So he chooses to stay on Earth, and he's part of like the military as like a colonel. It's very strange.
Oh, weird. Yeah. I hate when they mess things up like that. They shouldn't. Sometimes you just gotta leave things alone.
Yeah.
But yeah. I used to watch all that kind of stuff. I still have my Rainbow Bright doll. I still have her. The OG one.
Wait, they made a doll for the Rainbow Bright?
Yeah. She had her little fluffy things too. What are they called? Star Brights? I have those too. They used to, when you shake them, they would make like a little sound. They don't do that anymore.
Did any of your kids have a Furby?
Yeah. Oh, I had a Furby. I got one of the first ones. That it was all crazy. I got one.
Were they always like scary? Okay.
I don't get freaked out like that.
Okay, because if you like TikTok, like Furby scary, like in like the 90s, 2000s, like I guess they were glitched or they were made in China and they moved production somewhere, because they would go off in the middle of the night where no one's interacting with them, but they like saw things, and it was very strange.
Yeah, I had one of the very first ones when they first came out, and was all it was that Christmas that everybody was trying to get them. I did try to get some, but they didn't have enough. But I did a silent auction with like the it was pet, like what is the pet stuff? Where you get your pets taken care of, I don't know, whatever. Anyways, they were doing a silent auction there. And so of course not a lot of people knew about it. And I just made sure. And they said that you could call and place another, bet or auction, whatever. And I made sure I waited till the last minute to make sure I was in the lead, and I got it. I don't remember how much it was. I know I paid more than what it was, but it wasn't a ton.
Nice.
Yeah, I had the first one. I didn't have any crazy experiences. It was cute. It was all white.
Have you heard of the Annabelle doll? Like, I assume you know of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you heard that they tried to move it to like a West Virginia state penitentiary and it got lost?
No.
So the West Virginia State Penitentiary was a prison, but the new prison is like a couple hundred yards away. So it's not a prison anymore, but it's still creepy. And they moved it to there. And then something happened where it's gone now. Like it's straight up, like they lost it and they don't know where it went. And the Annabelle doll is just alive. And the last time someone interacted with it, the dude crashed his motorcycle and he survived, but he got fucked up and
probably somebody took it and destroyed it. That's probably what happened. Because they were probably freaked out too, and they're just like, "Let's get this fucker out."
Yeah. I posted a YouTube short like a month ago where I was like, what is my dog looking at? So he's on the couch and he's looking. So I'll show you like, oh God, my body. Oh, sorry. Okay. Just bringing you over here. Gonna bring you. So he was on the couch over there, and then he was looking like over there, but nothing was over there. And he was like staring very intently. And I was like, nothing's over there.
Maybe he was deep in thought. Or maybe he was like, let me freak Randy out and do this.
Maybe.
Or it could have been like a tiny little spider that you didn't see walking on the wall. Like, it could be anything.
He's pretty old. I don't know if his eyesight's that good.
Or maybe he was seeing something that wasn't there. He was seeing a cataract. And he thought it was something else.
Do you ever get those like squiggly lines that like float in like the little...
Yeah, everybody gets them.
So apparently not. Apparently some people like don't
They
like see
don't
those.
pay attention.
Yeah, I the TikTok has taught me so many things that people just don't. Yeah, I was like, whoa, I didn't. So if you close your eyes and I ask you to picture an apple, what do you see?
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean, an apple?
Like when you picture an apple. So I guess, all right, hold on. Let me. Blah, blah, blah. What's it called when people close their eyes and picture an object? So it's called mental imagery or like visualizing. And I guess some people like can't like picture things. And
yeah,
then
you know what?
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, finish.
Oh, okay. So I guess some people, they can picture an apple, but it's only like a cartoon apple, and it goes all the way until someone can picture like a real life. And I could picture a real life. I could picture you eating an apple. I could picture like everything. But there's some people that can only picture like a cartoon apple. Like they can't think in like high def 3D.
So actually, I just saw something on that. Maybe it's been a couple of months now, and I didn't know some people can see, like if you close your eyes and say picture an apple, like they see a physical apple, like, and it just looks clear as day.
Yeah.
Is that normal? Can people in the chat say that what you see when you picture things? Because for me, okay, so I was listening to this video, and it was this girl, and she was just talking about how she can't picture anything at all. And I was just like, and so it from what she was saying, I don't remember everything. So my son and I were like, so we started having this conversation. Bless you. We started having this conversation. I'm like, what do you see? And he's just like, yeah, I see whatever. And I get the flashes, and that's it. And it's just very faint. So I think I'm one of those more rare people that doesn't get the pictures. Like if you say picture an apple, like a flash of an apple, like I can, but I can't like close my eyes and say picture an apple. I see nothing but black when I close my eyes. I can't picture anything. But if you say picture an apple, all of a sudden somewhere in here, all of a sudden there's like a faint flash of an apple, just a red apple. But I can't ever make it, because so I've just been learning this past couple of months. I thought this was normal, and now I'm seeing it, I'm like, what the hell? So I can't say like I'm going to picture an apple sitting on a table and just have an apple. I can't do that. But if you say picture an apple, I can just flash. Like when you said like an apple, but I can't keep it there. I don't know if other people, what they experience. I don't know what's normal for you.
So forget like an object that I'm trying to make you create out of thin air. If I describe to you, like, you've seen Footloose, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so if you close your eyes, can you remember Kevin Bacon doing all these crazy gymnastics? Because I see him clear as day.
I can see not really see it, but it's weird. I'm sure I can't but like I said, it's just a flash. Like it's just a split second of there it is and now it's gone.
Oh, I see him clear as day. Young Kevin Bacon.
And you can just keep it there in your mind?
Yeah, I could make. So this is why I feel like we're in this simulation, because I can prompt him to do anything. Like I see the videos of but then I could also be like, I can make him dab. I can make him do like the Cotton Eye Joe. I can make him do like strip. I keep that there. I can make him do whatever I want. Like I can picture you with him, and you're doing the Randy Marsh of the Achy Breaky Heart on the South Park episode.
And it's just constant. It doesn't it doesn't go away.
Well, when I stop telling you guys what to do, you're just there, like, and you're looking at each other. I didn't tell you to look at each other, but you're looking at each other. So I'm telling you to try to moonwalk, and you look like you're Alfalfa going to greet Darla, but you're trying to moonwalk, and he's actually moonwalking. I don't know what this says about you and your dancing skills. But yeah, like you're in a barn. You're in like the barn, like from the Footloose movie. I could put you in a field, so now you're in the field where the tractors are going at each other, but the tractors are not there. You're just in that field. Yeah, so maybe this is why because I can picture everything. Like I can.
Yeah. And I did not know that about myself until I just saw that a couple of months ago. And so it's actually been a thing where I've been trying to close my eyes and try to picture something. So when you close your eyes, do you just see gray?
Well, now I see black. So I.
Or black?
This is the opposite. So right now I see black, but because the eyelids are very thin,
mm-hmm.
in my childhood home, like in the cabinet, there was different towels. There was a white towel, yellow towel, blue towel. There's a multicolored towel. And maybe I don't know what this says about me as a person, but I would close my eyes. I would keep myself honest, and I would put a towel over my face, but staring at the light, and try to guess which towel it was. And after a while, I could tell, like, blue,
mm-hmm.
tricolor, yellow, but now I see black. But if I choose to, like, oh, there's Ralphie on his bed, oh, there's a Gyarados, there's, like, I can.
But do you see him like he's there?
Yeah, no, he's straight up. It's like 3D. I can't actually reach him, but yeah, he's there on his bed, trotting around. Yeah,
I can't do that.
Yeah, he's in like full 3D. He's full.
Even when I get the flash, it's not even clear and bright or whatever. It's just like I don't know. It's different. It's just
So there's a book called The Pig Man, I think it's called. It's about these two kids that, I forget what the book's about, but they like meet this guy who's the town calls like the Pig Man, because I guess he kind of looks like a pig. He's got the pig nose, and in the book they explain how to remember certain things. And it's like, okay, close your eyes and picture a stop sign. Now picture a table. Now picture that, and it goes through it. And I had like no problem with it, but like most of the class was just like, this doesn't make sense. And I guess the teacher that I had was like me, and they're like, no, you picture it. And the teacher was very mean too. She was just like, you guys just aren't trying hard enough. You guys just like are being lackadaisical, whatever. And I was thinking like, because I know the couple of kids that were like smart that like could do it, but then so that was my first introduction of the people that couldn't do that. And then years later, I was like, oh, this is like a whole thing.
This is like the people who have the narrator and like, I guess I have a narrator, yeah, and some people don't.
Yeah, my ex Danielle had oh god, body, sorry. I'm just putting my phone charger on the tablet at 28%. Yeah, my ex Danielle, she couldn't picture anything, and I was like, well, when you read a book, like how do you hallucinate? And she's like, I don't hallucinate. And I was like, well, how do you know what's like going on in the book? And she's like, well, you read it and you process the information. Like, but like when Gandalf is saying, "You shall not pass," like what do you see? She's like, I don't see anything. You know what he's doing. And I was like, how do you? So, yeah, I don't know how do you learn? How do you when you read something, when you read a book, like when you read an article?
Maybe that's why I don't care about reading. I remember we were just talking about book reports.
Oh yeah,
it's just like nah. I try. There's like, I will get books. I buy books and I will try to read, but they never just. There's very rare will a book like capture me and like get me all into it.
Oh, that's why.
Maybe, I don't know. It could just be me.
Have you read any of the comics on VeVe?
Yeah, one. Oh, the addiction comics I've read.
Yeah.
But then I think one of the first Spider-Man comics that dropped. I remember reading that one.
So are those more enjoyable because they have like the pictures in there?
Probably.
And it's like you
probably, but I just don't know. It's never been a thing.
I feel like I've gotten to that level of place where I don't know if the rest is going to help, but guess it is. Also, I have drank most of this. Like I don't know if this is healthy.
What, the alcohol? No, it's not healthy.
Well, that much alcohol, 1.75 liters of that ish. Not being able to imagine what you're reading is a sign of no, it's not. Again, my ex-girlfriend is a veterinarian, exceedingly intelligent. It's just a different way of people thinking.
You just can't picture things. You just can't. Yeah. It's just the way it is. And it's just part of life. Like, whatever. Don't dwell on it.
So my ex, not Danielle, not the veterinarian, the one of the most recent ones was I get more like she could see it in flashes. Mm-hmm. So I was like, and when we did Lucy together, I was like, what do you see when you close your eyes? Because I see crazy stuff. And she's just like, well, I don't see anything when I close my eyes, but if she had her eyes open, she would see stuff. And I was like, oh, whoa. She's like, yeah, like the swirls on the ceiling are swirling. And I was like, I don't see that. So I guess she saw like objects that she looked at were actually moving, and my eyes didn't do that.
That's interesting. Yeah, just everybody's different ways. It's part of what makes us all unique. Wild
stuff. So one of the rabbit holes I've gotten into outside of the Diddy trial, which you should totally look at because that is wild, is the exploration of random towns in the US that are not just. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Let me go to the TikTok. Let me go to my inbox because I know I sent it to my former bae.
1,800.
So it's about this 1800s master architect in the state of Texas. This dude like went in and straight up, oh God, sorry. He straight up built a bunch of these buildings, but like every single one of the buildings were like burned to the ground like X amount of years later. And then it's like, one, he built these buildings in like record. He built these like incredible like Gothic European style like buildings in like 12 to 24 months, like every single one of them. And they all burned to the ground like X amount of years later, like before the 1900s. And this is like this for a lot of different towns. And it's very strange that all of like the records in like the city hall, they all burn every X amount of years, and it just makes it impossible to tell like, how did this town get here? How did like are we just trusting these sources, and it just
Yeah, I know. We're in a simulation.
how I had Sandy Carter on last week, and I asked her like, how do you know if we're not in a simulation? How do you deal with that? I forget what she said because I was pretty tipsy on the on the call. But there's not burnt toast theory. It's I guess we don't know. Like, what if you're just a brain in like a vat of fluid with wires hooked up to you? What if we're AI prompts? Like how would you deal with that if we're not real?
Just keep on living. Just keep going. Just enjoy what you have while you have it. That's all you can do. You can't dwell on things. You can't, like, you're never going to really be able to figure it out. So whatever's going on, it's going on. I mean, you can always try to like, I do look into all the things people say, like you could be in a simulation, reincarnation, like all the different things. And I look into all of them. Like I told you, I like to dig into that stuff. And there are things that you can find that can be pretty valid in all of them, but none of them are really like the whole picture. So you never really know. But anything's possible. And it doesn't, I think that's part of growing also, is not keeping your brain on like, keep thinking like, oh, this is only the way I was told my whole life. No, that's part of evolving, is opening your mind to seeing what is possible out there, that when you're only told, look over here only, don't look over here, just look over here. This is what you're told from when you're born, blah, blah, blah. So anyways, I think growing up, you don't just jump from one thing to the other and that's it. Like, no, it's a lot of evolving going on. There's a lot of like questioning. You either question what you think might be, but you can also question on what you believe and why you think that's right. And that's how some people go beyond that too, because if you want to see things the way you're told your whole life and it's this way, prove it. Prove this stuff is what it is. And that's how some people stop believing that one thing, because all the things that they were told is not exactly the way it actually is. So that's part of how you can move on as well. But yeah, I think it's just part of like growing. So, I mean, if 10 years ago, we would have talked about being in a simulation, I would have just been like, hey, yeah, whatever. But the growing part and seeing all kinds of stuff that's happened, I wouldn't say that right today. I wouldn't say we are in a simulation. Like I just said it right now to you a few minutes ago, but that's more like a joking thing because we don't really know. But if something was to come about in this whole world and just say, hey, you are in a simulation, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, no way, blah, blah. To me right now, there is a slight possibility of everything you look into. there's a little bit of things that make sense in everything, but none of it makes total sense.
Last year, when Nancy Mace was questioning Congress, or she was questioning on behalf of Congress, the people who were part of the unmanned aerial phenomena. It's not called UFOs anymore. It's called UAPs. She was asking the guy who's head of that, saying like, hey, when we have these beings and these unmanned aerial phenomena that you have checked out, are they human? And the guy said they are non-human biologicals. And it kind of blew up on TikTok, but not for the way that you would expect. It blew up on TikTok not because of the fact that confirmed there were aliens. It blew up for the fact that people were just like, they would stitch that and they would say like, do I still have to pay rent? Why do I care? And it's very, so humans back in what I really liked about them in like 2012, when the Large Hadron Collider was put out at CERN, and they were smashing these particles together, and now they can create gold out of lead. So instead of smashing the particles together, like what happens if we whiz them right by each other, and they can legit turn lead into gold? It's the craziest thing. Obviously, very, very like crazy minute amounts, but the fact that they can do that is cool. And in 2012, it was a wild thing because humanity was like, okay, cool, you can smash particles together, and they had the Higgs boson, and that was, it was confirmed. Like, and that was a crazy Nobel Prize type of discovery, and humanity said, okay, what's next? Like, humanity was always pushing. They were so unimpressed that it helped push scientists to create new things. And like, I thought that was something that was a trend in like the 1900s, 30 years ago. And I was like, what's going to happen in like 2020? What could these things happen? And nowadays, I don't see people excited about the future. I don't see people excited about these scientific discoveries. They're all like, okay, do I still have to pay rent? I don't care. And I don't know what that says about humanity. I don't know what that says.
Yeah, not good. I get excited about that stuff. I'm always loving like I said, like the evolving. It's the never stop learning part. A lot of people, especially as they age, they get stuck in their ways. So that also speaks on, like, okay, let's use weed for an example. The only reason, like, okay, weed was illegal. You get caught with it, you go to prison. And over time, now it's become legal in a lot of places. Not everywhere yet, but it's going to get there. And so it wasn't because people just suddenly was like, oh, you know what, this should be legal. No, it's the people who were completely against it. It's illegal. They're in government. They're all these things. They didn't suddenly change their mind. They just started dying off. And it's the newer people, like it's that evolution part. It's the growing. And same thing with everything else. I think you should always question everything. I think it doesn't matter what it is. So part of what in my head with the whole simulation thing, that there was what was it? There's that game. I don't know if it's a game or whatever, where somebody on a computer created these whatever, and it's just on a computer, and it's these people, and they started doing things on their own in the computer. They started having jobs. They started building. They started doing all these things on their own. And I don't remember what it's called. But that right there was like, if that can happen on a computer, who's to say we're not on a computer? So, and then I was watching a video a few months ago of stuff that pops up as you're scrolling. And it was a woman talking about, what is that? What is that first game? The people, the Sims. Yes, the Sims. And she was told this whole story. I don't know if I've said this on here before, but she was telling the whole story of her Sim and about how all of a sudden her sim was like kept puking, and she was just like, did she like no like so she was like, let me make my sim take a pregnancy test, and the sim was pregnant, and she's like, how did it get pregnant, like da, da, da. And it ends up they find this freaking
Jesus.
it was a like a vampire from another place was the dad, and somehow these things got together on their own in the game with no like and did things, and they had the baby, and then they did like a test and found out that he is the father, and it went into this whole thing about
Can you send me that link, because that is
I will have to find it.
frighteningly interesting.
Well, yeah, we'll listen to this part. So then they invite him to the baby's birthday, and he shows up, and they said he's just like standing there, and then he starts smoking, and then like catches on fire because he was a freaking vampire out in the sun, but now he's dead. And then the baby, like the mom was like all upset because her child saw that or something, like whatever, and she went into this depression. And then CPS came and took her baby because she was just like so distraught over all the things that happened, and she couldn't take care of her kid anymore. The Sims did this stuff all on their own. It's so weird. Yeah, I'll find it. Send it to you.
Yeah, please
So
send me
stuff
that.
like that is pretty crazy to think like, I mean, yeah, oh, it's in a code and they can do, they can end up doing what they want. Well, say we're not a code then. I'm not saying that's the answer, and I'm not saying that's what's going on, but I'm saying I don't discount those type of things.
I want to believe, because I kind of had these thoughts as a kid. I just couldn't verbalize them. And then when other people intelligently articulated them, I was like, oh, put that into words. Because I mean, as we evolve, we kind of go smaller. Hey, this computer, and large computers 40 years ago were super large, and then they become smaller, and now, and this is what so I never knew how like trucking companies made money, because if you're delivering to, let's say, like a dollar store, the dollar store, all like everything, at least like 15, 20 years ago, everything was a dollar. It wasn't like these dollar and change stores, it's $1 to $5, but everything was a dollar. And it's like, okay, maybe it cost them 20 cents to produce these things. And maybe the trucking, and maybe, it costs 20%, 20 cents to produce these things, each bag of chips or each bag of whatever. And then you have the employees and the rent you have to pay. And maybe there's like 10% margin after that for like the store owner. But what about the cost? Like these truck drivers are making 50, some 80,000 a year. Like, so you have to pay them. Like, there's no way that this works. And I still don't really understand it, because it doesn't seem like there's enough margin for them. And I don't know, there's just certain things that I feel like don't make sense. Like there's somebody that just posted on TikTok the other day. There's no way all these people are real, and they're just people in like an airport. And it's like, man, maybe they're not. I don't know. It's very strange when you go micro.
Don't make yourself crazy, because you're not going to find out.
You're the one that told me to start drinking more. So this is
I'm just saying, don't make yourself crazy.
This is like we're in it now. We're in the end game, fam bam, and you can't just log off. Be like, Randy, we've been at it for a while. No, we're gonna be here forever.
Forever.
Dude, Sandlot was such a good movie. I feel like Wendy Peppercorn was like every guy's like crush back. What was every girl's crush back in the day? Was the Karate Kid? Was it? Yeah.
I mean, all of, like, it depends on who. Dukes of Hazzard, I remember they were cute growing up. Corey Haim.
Corey Haim?
Yeah, he's the one that passed away. Corey Corey Haim from what's that one vampire movie? The Lost Boys.
Oh,
He was in
I
The
love
Lost-
Lost.
he's
Yeah,
one of those.
yeah, it's a great
Both
movie.
of them are Corey. New Kids on the Block.
You know, my first concert was a Hanson concert.
Oh my gosh.
It wasn't my fault. Yeah. There was this girl, Taylor, that I wanted to boink. And she didn't let me boink, but we did other stuff. But yeah, that was my first concert when I was like a teen. It was to see Hanson because she was obsessed with them. And I was like, well, you know, if we go see this, then, you know, good
Yeah.
times. What was your first concert?
I think it was New Kids on the Block. If you want, so growing up, we were in church a lot, and they did. There were a lot of church type concerts that I've been to, but actual concert. I would say probably New Kids on the Block in high school.
Nice. My first concert that I enjoyed. Trying to think, I don't know. Forget. Probably Warped Tour. Warped Tour was pretty cool back in the day.
Oh,
you
yeah.
had, like,
I used to take
yeah.
my daughter to that.
Yeah, those are so. You ever go?
Me, no, but I've dropped her off to them. Yeah.
Those are so great. I used to love those.
Mhm.
I don't know any. The last concert I think I went to, I forget. I think it was like a Pink Floyd like cover band, which was pretty cool. But my friend Lou, he's been on the podcast a couple times. He has this band called the Warped Tour Tribute Band, and they just play all like the emo songs from like the mid 2000s, and it's just so cool. And like 7 years ago, first time I saw him play, maybe 8. He was playing, and he was going on after like the Bon Jovi like tribute guy, and all like the 40, 50-year-olds were there for like the Bon, and then all the 20 somethings were there for like the Warped Tour tribute band. And now I feel like the next time I go see him, we might be the old guys there, and the young 20 somethings will be like the Sabrina Carpenter tribute band. I was like, oh god, no, no. I had a really hard time with my 30th birthday. Have you ever had a hard time turning a certain age?
No, not really. Just another day. I stay 25 forever.
Forever and ever.
I mean, there was my recent birthday that at first I was kind of like, oh my gosh, but then I was just like, you know what? Just be grateful you're here. I am.
Yeah. A lot of people who aren't.
Who cares?
I have 1 or 2 things to share with you. So let's end it here.
Wait, you're supposed to spill beans on live. That you're supposed to have 3 more of the drinks and tell everybody all the things you're not
Well,
supposed
I
to
had
say.
1, and this is my second. So
I'm kidding.
we can do it if you want me. Like we can do it. I'll go all night. Like Bam Bam.
No. I was just joking about you telling people stuff.
I'm not. I take this seriously. I don't care. If you kill someone tonight. Well, we should go 12 more minutes so that we can get to the 4-hour mark, and then okay.
You're froze.
So
there you are.
Yes, in the Ladies on the Soul comic, I'll give some alpha here for that. And that's such beautiful. It's so beautifully written. I shared it with Will, with Lori Brenner's husband, and I was like, hey, how? And I shared it to him when it was like halfway done. I was like, what do you think of it? Because he's like a no nonsense guy. He's like an honest guy, and he gave me the honest feedback. And he's like, listen, Randy, I like this, but I feel like kids don't make fun of each other anymore like these kids do. Because like for the Ladies on the Soul, it's Kimber and Pixie, and they're like in their mid to late 20s. And I had them be like former like military, but they're trauma nurses now, you know, like the girl, like that was their journey. And they inherited this barn or this dude ranch that was of it's a car driving down the street. Anyway, they inherited this dude ranch, but it's in a town of like 1,000 people. So there's not, they're like the new girls and these like two guys, they're like 12, 13, whatever. They like go and they want to interview them because, they're new and they say it's for the school paper. It's really for their podcast. And it's this one guy named Justin who's like from there, but then there's like a Native American Indian reservation nearby, and this one kid named Edwin, is from there, and it's like they kind of rib on each other, like haha Whitey, like haha Mr. Edwin, insert your Indian joke here, and he's like, I just don't feel like people rib on each other this way anymore, like kids, and like have things changed? You have a kid. Do they still rib on each other, or do they not anymore?
You mean like joking with each other?
Yeah, do they like make fun of? Do they call each other like gay? Do they like call it? Say like, "Ah, you're so dumb," or is that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Hello, Ryan Coral. Coral, is your Lego man? What is he doing? Is he a Navy man? He's in blue. That has a 16-year-old and 12-year-old, and they go ham on each other. So there's and you can tell me if this has changed or not. Back in the day, there was a friend of this girl I was dating, her little sister. So we were like 19, 20, and her sister was like in middle school. And these like middle school girls were so violent with each other, like especially like playing like soccer. They were just like, oh my, it was gnarly. And I see the same thing in professional soccer. Like the men, when someone like pokes them, they're like, oh God, and they're fucking pussies. And the women are just like, and the women just like get bloody nose. They're like, let's go. Like the women just like fucking take like they take their inner devil and they just like they let it all out on the field. So my ex is just like, yeah, these kids are like, she has like all dog. Like I don't know. I know it's the guy that always determines, the sex, with their sperm, but she has all girls. Like and I was like, that is wild. But she says she like walks in on them and they're like doing WWE type shit. Like they're like, RKOing each other and like are girls more violent than boys in the
I didn't have those experiences. I think it just depends on your genetics. And maybe there was some genetics in there with these girls were like, oh.
Maybe. Yeah. What's up, Ryan? Coral. Do you remember the early like YouTube videos like with Shoes and Charlie the Unicorn? You don't remember llamas with hats?
Charlie the Unicorn sounds familiar.
Candy Mountain, Charlie, Candy Mountain. No.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see it. Yes. Okay.
There was this one called Llamas with Hats, and this one llama is just like, I stabbed him 37 times in the chest, and this other llama is like, Carl, that kills people. So whenever I see Coral, I say Carl, and like nobody ever gets it. Like I feel like Howard Stern in the mid 2000s, where he would just be censored, like every other joke he made was censored, and he was still number one. Nobody gets my references, and I'm still the number one VeVe YouTuber. Suck it, haters. How do you deal with hate? How do you deal with the fact that lesser beings try to spit up at you?
Lesser beings what?
So lesser beings try to, like, I've never been talked down to by someone that I'd rather trade places with. Like I feel like only lesser beings try to pull themselves up by pulling you down.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you feel when lesser beings try to spit on you? When lesser beings try to like make derogatory comments at you?
Depends on what's going on in that situation. When they just try to do it to make you feel bad, just because like, oh, I just want to say this. None of that stuff bothers me because I know they're just saying things to say things, and it's just like, and
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know. It just doesn't really affect me. It makes me feel more, I wouldn't say bad for them, but there's a part of me that feels a little like, wow, like this is your entertainment. This is your happiness. This is your entertainment. And that's kind of sad. You know, those who try to just do bad to others, whatever. So that's most, so I will engage at times. There are times where I'll engage, mostly because I'm just in that mood of like
Yeah.
I want to say something bad. And I'm in my head, I'm just like, just giving them what they want kind of thing. But it's more like, here you go. Here's your little bone kind of thing. And then after a while, I'm just like, okay, I'm done. I'm going to go back to my regular life. You stay where you are. I'm going like, see you later, whatever. And I just stop. But yeah, it doesn't really bother me. I'm not saying yeah, that's just where my head goes. And it's just like, whatever.
I get it. Ryan Carl says, did you talk about Wayne? I guess we haven't yet. So we got to give a shout out to Bruce Clark Kent, aka Tran Nguyen. This is NFT photos. Yeah, he was so cool. He had a bunch of NFTs. I think he was a higher level than me. I'm like 72, 73. He was either high 70s or early 80s. He had a bunch of Superman, a bunch of Todds, and he had like 8 partner statues.
I think I looked up his account. I think he was level like 78 or something.
Nice.
Yeah.
VeVe says, if a lesser being tries to poop on him, just lets it pass him by. But I would definitely start to distance myself from them. Surround yourself with positive people. Drop the negative people in your life. So that's easy to, or I guess it's easier to do as an adult. But when you're like a younger person, like especially if, let's say, your parents are super negative and they don't like, so I guess I want to ask you this. I guess one of the last questions as we're ending near our 4-hour mark. When I was younger, the thing to do, the thing that had made you successful in the 90s and early 2000s was going to college, getting a degree, and you could get a job which arguably would give you a lot larger of a salary because you could work in the field that you graduated in. But by the time I was in high school in the mid to late 2000s, it just, people were still going to school because that's what had made you successful in the past. But then it turned out X amount of years later, a lot of kids just had a bunch of debt. They were not working in a field that they graduated in. And it's a lot harder for younger people to get negative people out of their life because they had to have lived with their parents. They had to have lived with, and sometimes their parents can be negative. How did you deal with that with your kids and going to college or not going to college and trying to make them not start out with a heck ton of debt?
Oh, I did. Absolutely would drill that in them. To not everybody looks at it still like, oh, 18 years old, you're out of the house, or 18 years old, got it. And I made sure to let my know that it doesn't matter how old you are. Don't go until you feel like you can support yourself in any way, like you don't want to just get out there and just because, and then you're struggling and you're just trying to make it, you're just trying to like scrape by.
Yeah.
always make sure you're prepared. Like, and don't ever depend on anyone else, because you don't know what could happen. Like, that person can suddenly be gone the next day. They can just, and you are left with, with nothing. You're not knowing much of anything. Anyways, so I've always put that in them. Don't depend on anybody. You don't have to move out at a certain time. Like, get out there, and like, if you have a job and you're still living at home, then like, put that money in your savings, get yourself a card, like, do all these things. Like, I've always put that in them. Do that. Ooh.
You're a sleepy gal, but it is okay, because we are nearing the 4-hour mark now. So we will get this bread. We'll talk off camera for a little bit. Everyone say bye-bye to the fake Dashie in the background, because Dashie's downstairs. Thank you for coming, hanging out with me. I love you. Meow. Meow. Love you so much.
Wait, what does it say? My son said he would. Wait, go ahead.
Yeah. I joined the Army, like I did 17. That's what did, and then joined the NYPD, and I retired from there at 39. My son wants to go in the FDNY. I feel like I know where you're from, VeVe Vet, but maybe I don't know now. But I feel like back in the 90s, yeah, cops and robbers, like, kids wanted to be a cop. They wanted to be, and I feel like kids still might want to be a firefighter, but a cop back in the day was, especially in New York, because there was a lot of crime there, especially on like the subways. And then, Giuliani kind of got everything cleaned up. Granted, there were some, I don't want to say questionable practices. There was some stuff that had to be done, which, was unfortunate for certain races. But I feel like nowadays there's a lot of cop hate out there, and some of it is just, there are a small number of cops that get caught on tape doing very not good things. And those are the types of people that don't deserve to be cops, because there are a lot of cops that do the right thing by the people. They're like real cops that like talk to the people, and it's a very weird subject, or it's a very hard subject, and it's very complicated, very complex. But yeah, Army cop, I think you can use your time in the military as time to the cop towards retirement. I don't know how long you have to serve as them to get retirement, but yeah, I think that's great. Go get that bread. It's got a salute from me. And yeah, life is too short. We should all love each other. We should all like I'm gonna share something with Fan Bam after this, and I hope she shares something with me afterwards. So I love you all. Everyone say thank you to Fan Bam. Bye bye, everybody. And this is my second drink out of the third, but we'll see how long we talk for afterwards.